All or Nothing. By Ryan D. Whetstone. Chapter 1, Prologue. Mark Jordan paced back and forth talking to his guests in his elegant living room. Jewels hung around his neck, diamond rings were on almost every one of his fingers. A $100,000 Breitling watch rested on his left wrist, while his right wrist was wrapped in a diamond-flooded bracelet. In his living room sat an enormous royal oak dining table. 4 men were seated at the table smoking and drinking. It was a very rainy day on the east side of Cleveland, Ohio today. Sounds of thunder crackled across the dark evening sky as the winds blew. Rain slapped against the windows of Mark's house. You can tell that a meeting was going on, and business was being discussed. One of the men at the table says to Mark, "We should receive that last shipment within the next few days." Mark continues to pace as the thunder howls across the sky and the lightning flashes through the room. You could see the smoke from cigars, cigarettes, and blunts all float up to the diamond chandelier that hung over the large table. Mark finally takes his seat at the head of the table. With cigar in hand, he gives orders to each of the men who are attending the meeting. "You two, go and see what's going on a few blocks from here," Mark says. 2 men, one wearing a black hoodie with the hood over his head, get up from the table and make their way to the door. Mark turns to the last man at the table and tells him to make sure the connect knows where to drop the shipment off at once it arrives. Mark was a businessman who was feared on the east side of Cleveland. People told stories of how individuals turned up missing after doing business with Mark Jordan. Others talked about all the money that Mark Jordan made in a week's time. If this was The Godfather, Mark Jordan would be the Don. This summer was going to be a very hot one for the city of Cleveland. The only thing that was on the agenda for Mark was expanding his business to the west side of Cleveland. With the money and power that he had, this task would only take a couple of months to complete. Mark knew that he could easily take over the city because of how he had the entire east side on lock. His name was so big, that it started to spread to the west. The only problem with Mark's plan, there were a few guys over on the west who wouldn't allow him to expand that far. All of those reasons is what pushed Mark to work 3 times harder to achieve his goal of citywide domination. Chapter 2, The Strip. It's a hot summer day on the west side of Cleveland, Ohio. You can still feel the humid heat as the moon shines in the night sky. Cars roll past as people walk by, some talking on cell phones as others spend time with their friends, partner, or family. Stoney is a kind, caring young man who just wants to be proud of himself and accomplish his goals. He is small in stature, around 5'6" and weighs no more than 135 pounds. He's a young black male in his mid-20s. He rocks a low haircut with waves all the time. He sits down on top of a table outside of an ice cream shop. He reaches for his strawberry milkshake and takes a few swallows from his straw. The humidity of the hot summer night makes his cup sweat. Stoney then puts his milkshake back down between his legs and begins to eat his burger. "God damn, this is good," Stoney says to himself as he takes a huge bite of his burger. Stoney takes a few more bites and flushes it down with a couple more sips of his milkshake, then pauses for a second to let out a huge burp. After catching his breath, Stoney sits still on the tabletop and enjoys the warm but refreshing summer breeze as it bounces off his brown skin. Out of nowhere, Stoney hears the sounds of sneakers stomping across the concrete. Stoney turns his head to try to see what's going on, and to his surprise he sees a random man who looks like a junkie, and his friend Sonny chasing him. "Yo Sonny, what's goody?" Stoney asks. Sonny and the junkie both fly past Stoney, run past the ice cream shop and past a few people out standing around the shop. "Okay, so it's like that, huh? You can't even say what up to a nigga," Stoney says in disappointment. Sonny follows the junkie around the corner and into a dark alley. Stoney watches them cut the corner and he shakes his head, then picks his burger back up and continues to eat. The streets are busy tonight, for what reason is unknown. A few minutes later, you could hear the sound of 4 gunshots from a handgun echo across the dark Cleveland sky. Stoney's eyes get bigger than what they are and he drops everything. All of the people outside run towards their cars and run for cover. Stoney runs to the corner and heads up the alley, fearing that something happened to his friend. Stoney dashes up the alley and stops once he sees the junkie laying flat on his back with a pool of blood around him. Chapter 3, Laying the Smackdown. The following day, the shooting and murder that took place is all over the news. The scene fades into a large house on the east side of Cleveland. In the living room, you can see 4 men sitting down at a very large elegant wooden table with 24-karat gold engravings in it. The living room alone looks to be worth $200,000 or better. The scent of strong weed, Chinese food, and Hennessy fill the air. You can hear a male news reporter speaking on the huge 65-inch flat-screen TV mounted on the wall next to the fireplace. "We are here on Cleveland's west side on the scene of what looks to be a drug-related murder," the reporter says. "This took place last night around the Honey Hut ice cream shop. We don't have any motives right now, but we will keep you updated as the situation develops," the reporter says as the segment fades to a pizza commercial. Sitting at the head of the table is Mark Jordan. Mark is a drug lord who has the east side on lock. He moves the heavy drugs, has the connects and everything else. Mark's right-hand man JJ is sitting all the way at the end of the other side of the table. Their best workers, TJ and Reaper, are sitting across from each other at the large table as well, smoking and eating. You can tell that each man sitting at this table is important in some way. Mark looks to be in his early 40s. He's a muscular-built man, brown-skinned with a shiny bald head. He has a beard and wears glasses. He's originally from Atlanta, Georgia, so he speaks with a southern accent. JJ is a fair-sized man, light-skinned with curly hair. He has a mustache and a few tattoos that are visible on his hands and face. Reaper is a grimy-looking guy. He has braids that look like they haven't been braided in weeks. He loves the color black, and that's what he wears all the time. He's dark-skinned, with a ton of facial hair that needs to be trimmed. TJ is a mixed kid. His mom was white and his dad was black. TJ has a low haircut and keeps himself presentable at all times, and he keeps his face lined up as well. Mark takes a few more pulls on his blunt, then lets out a vicious series of coughs that make his eyes turn bloody red and water. "The first order of business tonight is to discuss what will be taking place the next few days," says Mark to his men. He reaches under the table, and places a duffel bag full of cocaine bricks inside it onto the table, then pushes it to the middle. Reaper and TJ look at the coke as they sip and eat. "I just got a shipment of the purest cocaine on these streets right now," replies Mark. JJ cracks open a beer as Mark continues to speak. "My connect in Belize is back up and running, so that means it's a wrap for every other hustler in Cleveland," says Mark to his men. Reaper reaches into the bag, grabs a brick and looks at it. "You even got your stamp on this shit too, huh, boss man," says Reaper. JJ pushes his chair back from the table and stands up. He pulls a pocket knife from out of his pants and flicks the blade out. He then pokes a small hole into the brick of coke. JJ looks at Reaper and tells him to taste test the coke. Reaper puts his finger into the hole to get a little bit of coke on it. He then puts his finger into his mouth and rubs the coke onto his gums. All the men stare at him in amazement. "I can't feel my motherfucking face," screams Reaper. Everybody laughs at him as he smacks his lips together so he can try to taste, but he can't. "Boy, I told you that I got the purest shit out here. It's time we start moving it around these streets," demands Mark. Reaper and TJ nod their head in approval at Mark. Mark grabs his glass of Henny and sits back in his seat. Mark sips his drink and says, "Yo JJ, tell our boys how things are about to go." JJ walks back to his chair and sits back down at the table. "Okay boys, this is what we're gonna do. Me and Mark will ship the coke in, you two will move it on the streets and have your workers report back to you like usual. TJ, you'll be in charge of making sure the work gets distributed, and Reaper, you know what you're in charge of doing," JJ says with a smirk. Reaper produces a sick smile from his numb mouth. "What do you niggas know about the shooting that happened last night?" asks Mark. "All I know is that some nigga named Sonny did that shit," replies TJ. Mark with a surprised look on his face. "Sonny?" Mark says in confusion. TJ puts his glass down and takes a few bites of his chicken. "Yeah, you know Sonny from the West Side. He be hustlin', robbin' and killin' niggas when the time is right," TJ replies as he bites into his chicken. Mark glances at his flat screen for a second as he sees a commercial for the Cleveland Cavaliers. "I don't care who that nigga fucks with, long as he's not fucking with none of my people. The day he does that will be the day he dies," Mark replies. Reaper pulls out a Glock 18 and places it onto the table in front of him. "If Sonny gets out of line, I'll tighten him up, boss man." Mark looks at Reaper and gives him a soothing smile. "My man Reaper, boy, you sure know how to keep me happy. Matter of fact, meet me here tomorrow so we can get that Porsche that you was talking about," Mark says in a joyful tone. TJ looks at Mark and asks, "How soon until we get started on moving this shit?" "We can get started today. You know the money don't sit around for nobody, boy. These fuck niggas ain't hungry like I am," replies Mark. Both Reaper and TJ stand up and shake hands with Mark and JJ, then they depart from Mark's house and drive off into the night in their Range Rover. Mark and JJ remain at the large table, still eating, smoking and drinking as the TV plays in the background. JJ says out loud, "I hope these boys can get things done out there with this new shit. I need Reaper to keep his temper under control." Mark kicks his feet up onto the table and begins to smoke his blunt once more. "I know they can handle this. We got all the money, all the guns, and everything else, JJ. I know we can do this," Mark says. TJ and Reaper travel to St. Clair, where some people were who owed Mark some money. They pull up to a vacant house, park, and turn the truck lights off. Once parked, Reaper reaches under his seat and pulls out a Mac 90. A little bit up the street, you can see a group of people standing on the porch and in the front yard of a purple house. "It's time to put that work in, nigga, we on foot with this one though," Reaper says as he slowly opens the passenger door. TJ reaches into his jacket and pulls out 2 revolvers. He hops out the driver's side door, and carefully closes it. It seems like there is a party going on at the house. It's summertime, it's about 80 degrees out, and the night is still young. You can see a few people on the porch sitting down playing dominoes. A few people are in the front yard drinking and talking, just having a good time. Everyone is having a good time, but all the fun and games were about to come to a horrific end. A hail of bullets fly towards the house. Screams and panic settle in as Reaper and TJ unload shots at the house. One man tries to run away from the house, but he's hit in his back. TJ dumps his revolvers one by one, shot for shot. Another man is hit in the chest and dies instantly. Bullets fly through the walls, not telling if someone was hit if they were inside or not. Reaper and TJ really didn't care who was hurt. In their line of work, it was the more the merrier. Once all out of bullets, TJ and Reaper run back down the street, hop into their truck and ride off. The people who were lucky enough to get away from the shooting come out of hiding to check on their friends. 3 people laid dead, and 4 were seriously wounded. What had just happened there was an example of how much power Mark had. The people who just got shot at were some local dealers on the east side who went into business with Mark. Mark ended up loaning the leader of the crew a set amount of money, roughly around $200,000. They kept avoiding Mark, so Mark sent Reaper and TJ over to their house to send a message and make an example. Everybody in the hood knew Reaper as a foul dude. He got his nickname from his reputation as a killer. Police blocked the whole entire street off near the shooting at the house. Residents watch from their homes as the police yet again do crime work. EMS loads the victims up and they head towards the nearest hospital. Reaper and TJ flee the scene well before the police show up to do anything. That was just another good day's work for the both of them. Chapter 4, Sonny's House. The morning sun beams through the windows and blinds of Sonny's house. Sonny is in the shower getting ready to start his day. Stoney is in his room laying across his bed. You can hear some rap music playing as he raps the lyrics out loud to himself. Stoney then sits up and reaches over to his nightstand and grabs a Swisher Sweet, white grape flavor. He then takes his fingers and begins to split the cigar down the middle, and dumps the insides into his garbage can. It's been 2 days since the shooting took place with Sonny, but things are far from cooling down. After about 20 more minutes or so, Sonny is fully dressed and out the shower and Stoney has his blunt rolled up and he's smoking. Sonny walks into Stoney's room and starts to vibe to the music. "Yo, what you know about this shit, young nigga?" asks Sonny. Stoney takes a long pull on the blunt then passes it to Sonny. "I fucks with Biggie my nigga, every album ya dig," Stoney replies while trying not to let the weed smoke leave his lungs. "This shit is classic," Stoney replies as his eyes get big from holding in his smoke while talking. Stoney then blows out a huge cloud of smoke that evaporates into the room as he chokes and coughs from the strong weed. Sonny takes a few more puffs on the blunt, then ashes it into the ashtray and hands Stoney the blunt back. Stoney grabs the blunt and looks towards Sonny and says to him, "Nigga, you gotta tell me what really happened a few nights ago. I really wanna know." Sonny sees the worried look on Stoney's face. Stoney pushes Sonny to answer, "Come on nigga, what's really good?" Sonny pulls out a pack of opened Newport 100s, puts one in his mouth and lights it up. "Alright, I'll keep it real with you my nigga, only you and nobody else," says Sonny. Stoney coughs a little bit more, then continues to hit the blunt. "Everything that happened didn't have to happen, but it did. I was trying to sell that nigga some shit, but he ran off with the money and my drugs, so I had to get it back," Sonny replies. Stoney ashes the blunt then passes it to Sonny as Sonny passes him the Newport. "All I remember is you and some dude running past me, then both of you went around the corner. Then mad gunshots made everybody run, but I ran to where you went because I thought something happened to you," said Stoney. Sonny puffs the blunt and replies, "He ran off with my money, so I chased him down and shot his ass, plus I was tired of running." Stoney laughs out loud, "So you killed that nigga because you was tired of running?" Sonny looks at Stoney and laughs, "Nigga, I shot him because I was tired of running. I killed him because he was reaching for something when he was on the ground." Sonny passes the blunt back to Stoney. Stoney offers to pass the cigarette back, but Sonny waves it off. "You see, that street shit is not for me. This is why I plan on finishing college. If not that, then I'll make it to the MLB. Only thing I would have to chase down is them fly balls, no homo," Stoney says high as hell. Sonny looks at Stoney as if he just told the joke of the year and lets out a high-pitched laugh as he holds his stomach. "The MLB? Fool, you not about to be in no fucking MLB. You bout to have ya ass on the corner sellin' them drugs with me," says Sonny. Stoney takes his last hit of the blunt, then puts it out in the ashtray. "You keep it up, ya ass gonna be on 19 Action News," replies Stoney. They both share a good laugh and continue listening to the music. "I gotta lay low for a couple of days, so I'ma need you to sell what I got left," says Sonny. "Fuck no, you got me fucked up," says Stoney as he stands up and dusts the ashes off his clothes. "You better call up that nigga Bravo ya dig, I don't want nothing to do with this," replies Stoney. Sonny flips open his cell phone and begins to look through his contacts. "You know what, you're right schoolboy. Smart thinkin'," Sonny says. Stoney laughs and says, "Just remember when them narcs come for ya ass, this schoolboy got you." Stoney walks over to Sonny and they shake hands, then Stoney heads to the kitchen to make himself something to eat. He can hear Sonny talking to Bravo on the phone from the other room. Stoney opens up the fridge to search for something to eat. He decides to go with the leftover hamburger he started to eat yesterday. He pops it into the microwave and heats it up. "Yeah man, we need to find something soon, money looking tight right now," says Sonny on the phone to Bravo. Sonny and Bravo used to rob people as their hustle. In the hood, this is what you called hitting a lick. The scarier the chosen victim was to be robbed, the sweeter the lick was. The more valuables you could get from the robbery, the sweeter the lick was as well. Stoney grabs his burger out the microwave and sits down at the kitchen table. He begins to eat his meal and turns the TV in the kitchen on. The Cleveland Indians are playing the Detroit Tigers today. The Indians are up by 2 in the bottom of the 5th. The city seemed so alive today for some reason. Today was one of those days where it simply just felt good to be alive. Stoney didn't have much, but he knew how to enjoy life. He finishes his burger, then gets up from the table and throws the wrapper from his meal into the trash. He pours himself a tall glass of Dairyman's iced tea and gulps it down. Reaper and TJ pull up into Mark's driveway. They hop out the Range Rover and knock on his door. Mark comes to the door and answers it. He lets Reaper and TJ inside and they all go back to the living room. "So what's the word, boys?" Mark asks as he picks his wine glass back up and begins to sip again. "All I know is, them niggas won't ever try to play you on your money ever again, boss," replies Reaper with an evil smile on his face. Mark chuckles and sits back in his chair at the large table. "What's goin' on with the one block you was tellin' me about?" asks TJ. Mark tells them that there is a guy down on Wade Park who's trying to sell on his turf. Mark explains to them that he wants this guy taken off the streets, for good. "That's not a problem, you know how we get down, boss," says Reaper with death in his eyes. Mark turns around and walks over to a black bag. Inside the bag, there is nothing but money. He grabs $20,000 and hands it to Reaper and TJ, then tells them to split it 50-50. Mark's wife is in the kitchen cooking a huge meal for him and her. "You niggas hungry?" asks Mark. TJ and Reaper both say yes. Mark tells his wife to make 2 extra plates for his guests. Tonight's dinner consisted of lobster and shrimp, potatoes, and cheddar biscuits. Mark always ate like a king every night. He was bringing in almost $100,000 a week, so money was nothing to him. Mark and his wife entertained their guests as they ate with Reaper and TJ. It was a picture that seemed so perfect, but suffered from many imperfections. Mark's wife didn't know what he did for a living. She thought that he was a top-notch stockbroker, because he was always traveling and stayed with a lot of money. Little did she know, her husband was a drug kingpin and he was on the verge of taking over the entire city of Cleveland. "These are some of my business partners," Mark says to his wife. This was a play off to make his wife feel comfortable with TJ and Reaper in their house. Mark didn't want her to know that she was really eating dinner with 2 cold-hearted criminals who just got paid to murder yet again. She smiles and continues to eat. Mark looks at Reaper and TJ, then says to them causally, "So once you 2 take care of our client, give me a call and I'll set up the next meeting." Reaper and TJ agree and finish their plates of food. Once they are all finished, Mark's wife takes everyone's plates to the kitchen. "Thank you very much, honey, that meal was fantastic," Mark says as he pours himself another cup of wine. Mark lets Reaper and TJ out the house and they hop back into their truck. Mark plans on spending the rest of the evening with his wife. Reaper and TJ head out to Wade Park to go handle the job Mark just paid them to take care of. Back on the West, Sonny and Stoney prepare for tomorrow. It's the same old grind for the both of them. Sonny wakes up early and hits the block, Stoney wakes up and rides the city bus to college. They both are living their lives thinking that what they do will pay off. Life will teach you lessons that you never knew you could learn. The smart ones learn from their lessons so they never have to be taught the same lessons again. Chapter 5, Getting in Order. Reaper and TJ have their crew all rounded up in their trap house. The smell of strong weed fills the air as you see bags full of drugs all around the floors. Guns sitting on top of tables, scales with coke being weighed on them and more. Reaper walks over to the window and takes a peek through the closed blinds. The sunlight makes him squint his eyes as he checks to see who's outside and what's going on. After a few brief moments, Reaper walks away from the window and sits down at a coffee table. TJ is in the mix with his crew in the kitchen. In the kitchen, you can see 3 guys cooking coke on the stove, another 3 guys are chopping down the hardened coke and turning it into crack rocks. TJ takes each bag on crack and places it into a separate area. Reaper and TJ have workers in different sections of the trap house carrying out different tasks. After about another hour and a half goes by, TJ and Reaper decide it's time for a break. Both TJ and Reaper walk to the living room of the trap house. You can see stains on the dirty white carpet, holes in the walls, cigarette butts all over the place, and empty beer cans and liquor bottles lay around the floor. They call their men into the living room for a meeting, so the men follow. TJ and Reaper stand at the head of the room full of 20 goons. We got a lot of work to take care of and you niggas need to be up on everything. You niggas need to take these drugs, move 'em, and bring that cash back on time, no games because we only have 1 week to do this shit, says TJ. Reaper reaches into his pants and pulls out a shiny .40 cal and waves it around as he begins to speak his piece. I need all of you to show no love out there in them streets because the streets show us no love. We are on the verge of war out there with rival dealers and the pigs, Reaper says aggressively. No matter what goes down, we need to be involved in it some type of way if money is involved, Reaper says to the goons standing at attention. The crew nods their heads in approval of what was just said. TJ takes a few puffs on his blunt, then passes it to Reaper. TJ lets out a few vicious coughs, then proceeds to speak once again. It's pretty simple and plain if you ask me. All you niggas gotta do is make ya sells, then drop the money bags off at HQ, then pick up another package. It's the same process until we sell out, TJ says loud to make sure everyone is paying attention still. One of the goons looks at TJ and says, "Boss man, what if we need more than 1 week to sell these packs?" Without even thinking, Reaper takes his .40 cal and slaps the goon in the face with it, making him fall to the dirty floor. Then Reaper follows up with a few kicks to the goon's stomach. The rest of the crew just watches in silence. "Son of a bitch, we said you got 1 week to sell this shit," Reaper yells to the goon as he lays in pain. Reaper turns and faces the rest of the crew. He has the look of death in his eyes. "Is there any more of you who feel like they need more than 1 week?" asks Reaper. The crew just stands there and says nothing. Reaper takes their silence as a no. He puts his gun back into his pants, takes a few more puffs on the weed, and tosses it up against the wall and walks off. TJ looks over to the crew and tells them to get the guns and drugs and head out and start working. The crew helps their friend up off the ground, and everyone proceeds to get what they need and they all head out into the streets. Some hop into cars, some leave on foot. Back on the west side, Sonny finishes up his last cell in the hallway of an apartment building. "You got all my money right?" Sonny asks. He was selling a half ounce of some weed to a young man in his early 20s. "Yeah nigga, I'm not trying to play you Sonny," replies the man. The exchange goes down right in the apartment hallway. Sonny heads back out the apartment door, and the man heads back into his apartment. Once outside, Sonny sees a Cleveland police car drive down the street. The police officer turns his head and stares as he rides past Sonny. With no fear in his heart, Sonny waves at the police officer, taunting him. The officer stares him down, then turns the corner and heads down the next street. "Fucking pig," says Sonny as he walks down the sidewalk. He walks back to the corner store, and once again the owner speaks to him. "Sonny, what's shakin'?" says the owner. Sonny walks up to the register and shakes his hand, then he heads to the beer cooler once again. He buys another Old English, then heads back out the store. Back at TJ and Reaper's house on the east, they are getting ready to roll out. After the crew is gone, TJ grabs his guns and his drugs. He walks to the garage and puts the drugs into the trunk, along with a sawed-off shotgun. He puts his 9mm pistol into his pants and hops into his all-white Audi R8. TJ backs out and heads into the city to make some sells to help Mark and JJ, the bosses that he and Reaper have to answer to. Reaper was all for the gunplay. He was the first one ready to shoot, even when he didn't have to. TJ and Reaper were like a mini-unit. They always stuck together because they knew someone would eventually get the guts to come after them. Until that happened, they both raised hell. TJ was more of the thinking type, but he was as equally violent like Reaper. Money was being made all over the city, each and every day. After they finish making their runs in the street, they are now riding around with $80,000 in drug money. Not to mention the 8 pounds of weed and 2 keys on coke that was in the trunk. "Yo, stop at the gyro spot for ya nigga one time," says TJ. A red Chrysler 300 rolls up behind Reaper and TJ. Reaper looks into the rear view to see who was driving behind him. It was a black male riding with no passengers. "Who the fuck is that?" says TJ as he tries to look behind him to see if he knew the driver. "I don't know, but whoever he is he bettin' not fuck with us today," replies Reaper. Reaper continues to drive up the street while the Chrysler follows. A police officer is parked on the opposite side of the street as TJ and Reaper roll by. Reaper and TJ both see the police officer, then look away from him. The cop turns on his sirens and makes a U-turn and drives up the street in the same direction and Reaper and TJ. TJ pulls out a gun and puts it on his lap. Reaper checks the rear view mirror once again. Now the police officer is behind the red Chrysler that has been following them up until now. Reaper calmly says to TJ, "Yo, you know what to do if he pulls us over." They all drive up the street a little more. The police officer then turns his blinkers and sirens on. The red Chrysler starts to slow down, then pulls over to the side of the street. Reaper looks into the rear view once more and sees the officer walking up to the driver's side of the red Chrysler. "It was about to get ugly real quick," TJ says laughing as he puts his gun back up. Reaper pulls up to the gyro spot, and he and TJ get out and go inside. Inside they order some food to eat, and make a few calls to check in on the streets. Inside the car sat a ton of drug money, and drugs valuable enough to get you rich overnight. Money was power, and Reaper and TJ was riding around with a lot of it. Chapter 6, Bravo, Bravo. It's now 10:18 a.m. as the sun shines high above the beautiful city of Cleveland. You can hear the birds chirp as the sky highlights the clean blue morning sky. You can smell the sweet aroma of syrup, pancakes, and sausage. Sonny is at the breakfast table eating a plate full of eggs and pancakes. "Yo, Stoney, pass me the syrup my G," says Sonny. Stoney is getting popped by grease as he flips his eggs over in the skillet over the hot stove. "Nigga, get ya fat lazy ass up and get it yourself, don't you see I'm busy over here," Stoney replies, trying to avoid the hot grease. Sonny stuffs a few pieces of pancake into his mouth, then stands up from the table and gets up to get the syrup. Stoney grabs a plate and plops his fried eggs onto it and turns the eye on the stove off. The sounds of hip-hop music is heard right outside the kitchen window. Stoney peeks through the kitchen curtains and sees a black male inside of a 2012 green and white Mustang. "Yo, who the fuck is that?" asks Sonny as he pours a ton of syrup all over his pancakes and eggs. "It looks like Bravo, and he's in a new car," replies Stoney. As Stoney looks at Bravo through the kitchen window, Stoney can see Bravo's movements he makes while inside the car. It looks as if Bravo took something and placed it into his pants. Then he opens his car door and hops out. The Mustang door slams shut as Bravo walks towards the front porch of Sonny's house. Bravo makes his way up the porch stairs, then knocks on the front door. Bravo is a tall, fair-built man. He has low-cut hair and is dressed very flashy. He has on a fresh pair of blue True Religion jeans, a Gucci belt and a blue True Religion jean jacket. He has a pair of $500 Christian Dior shades on his face, one long Jesus piece chain and a pinky ring on. Sonny puts his plate down and goes to open the door. "What up my nigga, You got the eggs all in ya beard and whatnot. I see you eating good this morning, Bravo says in a joking manner as he and Sonny dap each other up at the front door. Yo Bravo, you not trying to get them ankles broken today up at the park, says Stoney as he stuffs his mouth with eggs and sausage links. Bravo walks into the kitchen and daps Stoney up, then grabs a plate, fixes himself some food and sits down at the breakfast table with Stoney. Sonny walks back into the kitchen and sits back down in front of his plate. Sonny looks at Bravo and says, "Nigga, how you just walk up into my crib and just fix yourself a plate like you at home?" Bravo reaches into his pocket and pulls out what looks to be an ounce of weed, all rolled up in plastic. He tosses it onto the table and it rolls over to Sonny's plate. Sonny grabs the bag and places it up to his nose to smell. "Yeah, this that shit right here, this that og kush," says Sonny as he tosses it to Stoney. Bravo takes his last bites of food, then gets up from the table and puts his plate in the sink. "What are you two planning on getting into today?" asks Bravo. "We was about to go up to the court today and shoot around for a little bit. Maybe you can come with us so I can break them ankles, and get you back for all that money I lost to ya ass last time," replies Stoney. "Last time we was shootin' for 50s, now we shootin' $100 a shot, so you better bring ya a game, young G," says Bravo as he pours himself a glass of milk. Sonny pulls out a Newport and lights it up, then says, "I hear both of you, but we not about to play shit until me and Bravo take care of this business, ya dig," says Sonny. Sonny ashes his cigarette and says to Bravo, "Yo Brav, what's the word on the streets right now?" Bravo says, "On some G shit, niggas been talkin' about coming over here to the west and lockin' shit down since you been layin' low. You know Mark got his crew over there lockin' shit down on the east, so now they lookin' to expand over here to the west, ya dig." Sonny makes a stupid face at Bravo and says, "Nigga, if I see one of his niggas over on my turf trying to sell a Bible, I'm blowin' they brains out, point blank, my nigga." Bravo replies by saying, "As far as the shooting goes, mad niggas on the streets are pointing to you and Mark has you as a wanted man right now in these Cleveland streets." Stoney, with the sound of disappointment in his voice, says to Sonny, "You cowboy outlaw ass nigga. I told you that shit was too hot. You always gotta go the extra mile to do shit, now you got yourself hot and everyone who be around you." Sonny looks at Stoney and says, "I had to do what I had to do, fuck that shit, my nigga." Sonny places his cigarette into the ashtray and pushes the tray to Stoney. Stoney picks the cigarette up and begins to hit it. "I hear what you sayin', my dude, but shit just got real, my nigga. Mark got all his best shooters on deck, and it's money on ya head right now and the entire east side is out to get you," Bravo says to Sonny as Stoney passes him the ashtray so he can light his blunt. Sonny opens the bag of weed on the table and begins to split a fresh cigarillo he pulls from out his pack. "I'm not worried about nothin' you or the streets talkin' right now, Bravo. I shoot shooters, so I hope he really does have his best shooters on deck," replies Sonny. Stoney gets up from the table and walks outside and sits on the front stairs. Bravo and Sonny get up and make their way out onto the porch as well. While outside, all three men see a very attractive female. She has long hair and looks to be of Spanish descent. She is seen walking down the street with another male who seems to be either her boyfriend or husband because they are walking very close and holding hands. Sonny, Stoney, and Bravo all look at her as she walks by on the sidewalk and around the corner. With excitement in his voice, Bravo looks back at Stoney and Sonny and says, "Damn, did you just see Shorty walk past?" Sonny laughs out loud then says, "Yeah, I saw Shorty, but her dude was a bum ass nigga, yo. It always be them sexy ass females with the ugly bum ass dudes. I can never understand that." All three men laugh out loud as they enjoy the warm summer. The sun is out and it's bright. The streets are alive, filled with traffic and pedestrians. Bravo turns towards Stoney and says, "Yo Stoney, I got a wife at home. That nigga Sonny is on his MOB shit right now, so he caring less about a female. You on the other hand, she was all yours, my nigga." Stoney gets a little shy and unconfident as he replies, I couldn't get her if I wanted to. She way out of my league. Plus she was walkin' with her mans. Bravo smiles and says to Stoney, out of your league? Nigga, do you know how many out of my league biddies I pulled already? Sonny finishes rolling his blunt and sparks his lighter. Don't listen to this clown right here. He will have you all fucked up in the game, Sonny says to Stoney. Stoney laughs out loud and gets up from the stairs and says, I'm not fucking with neither one of you niggas, I'm in the crib. Holla at me when y'all ready to slide out. Sonny passes the blunt to Stoney, he takes 5 hits and passes it to Bravo, and starts to cough and gag as he walks back into the house. Bravo and Sonny remain on the front porch smoking and chopping it up about business. Bravo and Sonny are now ready to head out. Stoney is dressed in some basketball shorts, a white tee and some Jordans. All 3 of the men hop into Bravo's Mustang and they drive off. Stoney sits in the back while Sonny rides shotgun. I hope you ready for this beatin' I'm about to give you, Stoney says to Bravo. Yeah, okay lil buddy, we'll see, replies Bravo as he turns his music up even louder. They roll a couple blocks down to the basketball court. Today was the perfect day to go play ball. It wasn't too cold and it wasn't too hot. It was a cool 74 degrees. Bravo, Sonny, and Stoney pull up to the crowded ball court in Bravo's car. You can hear shoes moving across the concrete ground, basketballs bouncing off backboards and rims. There is a group of guys playing a 4-on-4 half-court game, another group is playing a 5-on-5 full-court game. Bravo and Stoney look down the courts and find a few free hoops to play on. Stoney hops out the back seat of the car and grabs Bravo's basketball before he gets out. Bravo wasn't dressed to play ball, he looked more like he was on his way to a club. Sonny wasn't into playing sports, he would rather watch them. That was his plan today as well, he was going to watch Stoney and Bravo battle it out once again. They walk over to a vacant hoop, Stoney shoots the ball but it bounces off the front of the rim. Are you sure you want to put yourself through this? Asks Bravo sarcastically. Stoney chases the ball down, then dribbles it a few times and shoots again. The ball tickles the twine and bounces off the ground under the hoop. Yeah, I'm sure, replies Stoney with a smile on his face. Bravo checks the ball and starts to guard Stoney. Stoney takes a couple dribbles to his right, then crosses back over to his left and jumps up for the shot. The taller Bravo jumps up high above Stoney and power swats his shot over to the chain fence. Sonny starts laughing at Stoney. My ball, Bravo says as he walks to the top of the court. Stoney jogs over to the fence and bounces the ball back to Bravo, then guards him. Bravo dribbles the ball low and close to his body. Now watch what I do to you right here, says Bravo. Stoney puts both of his arms out to his sides and bends his knees as he tries to stay with Bravo's movements. Bravo crosses the ball over to his right, then to his left. He hesitates, then crosses the ball back over to his right once more. Stoney tries his best to keep up with Bravo's tricky ball handling. Bravo then steps back and shoots a fadeaway three-pointer over the shorter Stoney. Stoney puts his hand up to try and contest Bravo's shot as he watches the ball fly toward the hoop. The ball bounces off the backboard then hits the rim and jumps out the basket. Stoney and Bravo both run toward the ball, but Stoney grabs it just in time. A man walks up to Sonny as he watches from the side. Hey, you know where I can get some good rocks from? The man asks. Nah, sorry my dude, Sonny replies in a mean tone. Then he continues to watch his friends play. Stoney dribbles the ball back up to the top of the court. He bounces the ball to Bravo, and Bravo checks it back. Stoney shifts the ball to his left hand and begins to dribble in place. Bravo laughs at Stoney and says, whatever you're doing, it's not gonna work. Stoney then takes off to his left side and Bravo follows like a shark. Stoney quickly crosses the ball over to his right hand just as Bravo reaches in for the steal. Stoney manages to swing past Bravo and he has a little open lane to the hoop. Oh, you about to let him do you like that, Brav? Sonny yells from the sidelines. Bravo catches right back up to Stoney and he goes up for the layup. Stoney sees Bravo coming for the block out the corner of his eye, so Stoney gently releases the ball into the air and it just sails over Bravo's extended arms. Stoney, Bravo, and Sonny watch as the ball sails in slow motion and falls right through the hoop. The shot was so gentle that the net barely moved as the basketball went through it. Bullshit, yells a now upset Bravo. Hey man, I know you know where the rocks are, hook a brother up, the man says to Sonny. Sonny lifts up his shirt and pulls his gun out on the old man. Nigga, I told you I don't know, now get the fuck from around here before you get found here, yells Sonny. Everyone on the court looks as the old man runs off the court. Sonny puts his gun back away, and the games continue. Bravo reaches into his pants, and hands Stoney a fresh $100 bill. Stoney smiles and dances in celebration of his victory over Bravo. Next time, that lucky move won't help you, Bravo says with a smile. Sonny and his crew head off the court and back into Bravo's car. Today was a good day in Cleveland, and many more days like this were in the making. Chapter 7, The Meeting. It's a calm Sunday evening. It's around 5:30 in the afternoon on the east side of Cleveland. Mark has called all of his closest workers over to his house for a short business meeting. Mark, TJ, and Reaper are all seated in the living room of Mark's house. Mark has a huge living room with enough space in it to fit at least 2 trucks plus 3 sedans. The men are smoking at the table as the meeting commences. Mark begins to speak in a very low and calm tone. So what's the word on the street? You guys have any good news for me? TJ answers Mark's question with a refreshing statement. To start off, we have only 2 ounces left from that last bundle of keys. Everything is in motion and the money should be back to us no later than 12 o'clock tonight. Mark blows cigar smoke up into his diamond chandler hanging about his royal oak table, then nods his head at TJ in approval. Still in a low and calm tone, Mark speaks once again. That's what I like to hear, TJ. Make sure you check back with me so I can give you the drop on the next shipment. Hey Reaper, what you got for me? Reaper pulls his hood back away from his face so his eyes and a little of his forehead can be seen. Reaper then reaches down onto the floor and tosses a duffel bag onto the table. The bag is filled with money. Mark reaches out and grabs the bag and pulls it closer. He looks at all the money, pushes the bag to the middle of the table and smiles. I knew you was on this team for a reason, Reaper, says Mark as he put his cigar into his ashtray. Reaper replies, I told you that you can count on me and TJ. We down to ride until this bitch blow up. I got you, boss, I'll keep these fuck niggas out your hair. Mark stands up and walks over to the shelf and opens it up and grabs his bottle of Hennessy. He pours himself a shot, then looks to TJ and Reaper and says, JJ is in the back counting out your money. Once that last shipment of money comes in from your worker, take that money and make sure your crew eats good. TJ and Reaper both nod their heads. Mark guzzles down his shot straight, and blows out as the cognac burns his chest and throat. Mark sits back down at the table and picks his cigar back up and asks TJ and Reaper if they had any problems with Sonny lately. Both TJ and Reaper say they haven't had any problems or even heard about Sonny being in the streets. Rumor has it, Sonny is dead because he ended up robbing someone else and ended up getting shot down, says TJ. JJ enters the living room and sits down at the table. He hands TJ and Reaper their money. I think he's still alive and he's waiting for the perfect time to strike again. Just keep your eyes and ears open because this nigga has to be dealt with, replies Mark. I want to make sure he's dead, says Mark. TJ and Reaper conversate with Mark and JJ, then shake their hands and depart from the house. These two are the generals for a reason. It's something special about those two, says JJ as he puffs on his blunt. Mark puts out his cigar and says to JJ, we are stronger than ever. We got 2 gunners on the team that have no problem puttin' in work. As long as we got them and the streets on lock, it's no way we can go wrong out here. JJ replies, so with all that being said, the entire West is about to feel the pain, because we come in to set up shop and lock the entire city down. You're very much right, replies Mark. JJ finishes smoking his blunt and talking with Mark, then he leaves. Mark goes upstairs and uses the bathroom. Once done, he goes to the master bedroom and begins to get dressed. The New York Knicks are in town playing the Cavaliers, and he has courtside seats. Mark has everything any man would want. A beautiful wife, 2 kids that are now grown, money, power, and even more respect. Mark never really felt the need to carry a gun, but he did anyway just because. Mark's reputation in the hood was equal to the reputation of a Greek god. People watched what came out their mouths when it was about Mark. People knew that if Mark had a problem with you, it would be taken care of in horrific fashion. He was responsible for at least 25 homicides on the East for this year, and it's only summertime. Mark gets dressed, and walks down the stairs to his living room. He grabs the keys to his candy green, 1964 Ford Mustang convertible. He makes his way to his garage, and hops into his car. He puts the key into the ignition and cranks the engine. Yeah, that's my baby, Mark says as his engine purrs. He pops in his Isley Brothers CD and rides out. Maybe tonight will go without any violence. In this society, that's like saying you hope you can walk upside down on your ceiling. Downtown Cleveland looked so pretty at night. The Quicken Loans Arena was packed with thousands of screaming Cavalier fans. The NBA regular season was almost to its end. Once settled in, Mark now sits courtside among various celebrities and major public figures. With all of the stars being out tonight on and off the court, Mark fit into the picture just the same. You couldn't ride through the East Side and not hear Mark's name mentioned. He was what some of us call a hood star, and tonight he was chilling with the stars as the game reached tip-off. It's now around 9:30 that night, and Stoney and Sonny are at home watching the game. The Cavs are on a 10-3 run against the Knicks with 2:13 left in the second quarter. This nigga Bravo always bets on the bum teams, says Sonny as he continues to watch. It was like a ritual for Bravo and Sonny to bet. They would bet on anything just to spend money because they would have so much of it. They both placed a bet on tonight's game. Sonny was going with the Knicks while Bravo had his money on the Cavs. The game ended Knicks 101 to the Cavs 95. Stoney wrapped the rest of his night up with a hot shower and a blunt before he went to sleep. He did manage to get a few hours of studying in today. All he could think about was his exam that awaited him. It was all or nothing, and Stoney was going to give it his all. Chapter 8, Time to Study. There was something weird about this Monday. You see, when you're used to being around so much wrong, it starts to become your norm. You get so used to seeing the wrong so much that it becomes right. Once the wrong actually goes away, that becomes weird to you due to the fact of you being used to all the wrong. The crime in the streets really seemed like it was at a low on the West Side. Sonny has been out the drug game for almost 2 weeks now. Some say that right there was the sole reason the violence was so low, others feel that the city was on the verge of a positive uprising. Life goes on nonetheless, and it's no different for Stoney. It's around 2:37 in the afternoon, and Stoney is sleeping face down in his college books at the kitchen table. He has to study for a major test that's coming up in his class. Long nights and college classes really don't mix, especially if you're trying to be a top student. Stoney wakes up all of a sudden and begins to wipe his eyes and stretches briefly. He looks around until he finds his half-smoked blunt sitting in the ashtray on the table. He grabs it, lights it back up and starts to study again. After about 5 minutes of studying, Bravo comes walking into the kitchen. He grabs the refrigerator door handle and pulls it open. Bravo then grabs an ice-cold Corona, cracks it open and grabs a seat at the kitchen table with Stoney. You was out cold for at least an hour and a half. I never knew you could sleep study young G, Bravo says to Stoney as he takes a few gulps of his beer. I been trying to cram everything in all at once. This test is very important and I gotta make sure I know my shit because I take it tomorrow, plus this is for my degree, replies Stoney. Bravo looks at Stoney and says, so all you have to do is pass the test tomorrow and you're finished with college for good. Stoney flicks the ashes from his blunt into the ashtray and answers Bravo. Yeah, basically, if I only wanted my associate's degree, but I don't. I want to get at least a bachelor's degree in my field. Bravo looks at Stoney with a look of amazement on his face. I see what you're saying, Stoney. So tomorrow is what will help determine your future pretty much. I wish you nothing but luck, my nigga. Bravo reaches out and he and Stoney shake hands. Stoney puts his book down onto the table and says to Bravo, I know I'm not working right now, but everything will be goody. Once I pass this test tomorrow, I'll be able to get me a job within my field and work while I study for my bachelor's degree. I feel proud to say that I know someone who is in college and trying to do something with their life that's positive. It feels even better to say that someone is one of my homies, Bravo says. You see, all the niggas I know are either out here in these streets getting this money with guns and drugs, they doing bids in prison, or they watching over me from the heavens above, Bravo says to Stoney as he begins to sip on his beer again. Stoney passes his blunt to Bravo and he takes a few hits. You know, Brav, it's not too late for you to try and make that change in your life, Stoney says. You still got time, replies Stoney. Bravo takes a few more hits of the weed before letting out a series of loud violent coughs. In a raspy voice, Bravo tells Stoney some real facts. Real facts coming out the mouth of a wealthy drug dealer / stick-up kid. You see, Stoney, niggas like me and Sonny prefer to go out here and get our shit the gully way. We rather pack guns and sell bricks rather than to punch a time clock, or bury our face into a book for hours and take tests. Little does society know, you really can live a good life with having an education. Bravo hands the blunt back to Stoney and continues talking. Stoney, I'm telling you, if I could go back, I swear I would do shit different. I would have enrolled into college and took my chances with that than doing what I do now. Stoney coughs a little bit then goes on to say, you got the money to get into school right now, my nigga. It's not too late, you should hop onto that right now, says Stoney. I'ma keep it real with you, young G, I'm comfortable with the way my life is. I'm so used to this that I can't see myself doing anything else but hustling, ya dig, replies Bravo. I feel what you say in Brav, you are living good right now without a college education, but I just don't want to live my life having to look over my shoulder every second, says Stoney. Bravo takes the last few gulps of his Corona, then tosses the glass bottle into the garbage can next to him in the kitchen. Bravo looks at Stoney and says, I'm proud of you, my nigga. In every circle, there is always that one person who is different and unique. That person is you. Stoney takes the last few hits of his blunt then picks his book back up off the table. In this lifestyle I live, all this good shit comes with a high price. You can have it all one day, and lose it all the next, including ya life, Bravo says as he gets up from the table. Bravo walks out of the kitchen and heads outside to his car. Stoney begins to finish studying by himself in the kitchen at the table. Only thing that keeps running through Stoney's mind was the test he has to take tomorrow and the sake of his future. You can hear the sound of keys jingling at the front door, then the door opens. It's Sonny, and he has blood stains on his tan Timbs. He walks up to the couch and tosses his duffel bag down, then heads to the kitchen. Stoney looks up from his book and greets his friend. What's poppin', my G, Stoney says. Ain't shit, my nigga, you know, replies Sonny as he opens the fridge. Stoney looks down and notices the blood all over Sonny's boots. What happened to you, you alright? Stoney asks in concern. Oh, I'm straight, but I can't say the same for dude though, replies Sonny as he dumps some Chinese food into a plastic bowl. Stoney asks Sonny why he has blood all over his boots. Once the Chinese food finishes warming up, Sonny joins Stoney at the kitchen table and explains to him what happened. He tells Stoney that he was down at the corner store like he usually is. Some guy from the neighborhood walks into the store and begins to argue with the owner. From there, the argument turns into a physical altercation. The guy ends up pulling out a sawed-off shotgun from inside his pants leg and aims it at the store owner. From there, the rest was history. So how did the blood get onto your boots? Stoney asks while anticipating the answer. Sonny goes on to say that once the guy pulled out his weapon, he also pulled out his gun, but the man didn't notice. The whole time, there were at least 3 other customers in the store. Once the guy pulled his gun out, all 3 of them ran out the store, leaving Sonny, the owner, and the gunman all alone. Sonny goes on to say, so once they all bounced out, I shot that nigga in his side and he dropped his weapon. From there, me and Magic drugged the dude to the back of the store, and we finished him off, says Sonny. There was no need for Stoney to ask about the guy's body, because it was long gone by now. Magic, the owner of the corner store, had so much respect in the hood that no one would snitch on him. He's known for pulling out guns on customers if they got too rowdy, that's why his store never got robbed. Sonny finishes eating his food, then heads outside. Stoney gets back to his books, as he is now left with only a few hours until his important exam. Chapter 9, The Come Up. Today is a very big day for Stoney. Today is the day of his final test before he gets his associate's degree. Stoney spent weeks studying for today, and he even stayed up last night going over his notes. You can hear students in a small college classroom talking to one another as the professor walks to each individual and hands them their test. You will have 3 hours to complete this entire test. If you can't finish it all within the given 3 hours, then that's your luck, says the professor as he places a test on Stoney's desk. After all the tests are handed out, the professor sets the alarm clock and tells his class to begin. Stoney takes a deep breath and begins his final assignment. Meanwhile, Sonny and Bravo are sitting inside one of Bravo's hoop rides. In the streets, some people refer to broken down cars as hoopties. You don't want to pull up in a hoopty trying to spit game at anyone, rather you're male or female. In the drug world, a hoopty aka hoop ride is what's used when you're going to go do dirt. You see, you keep your fly ride at home or somewhere safe, you get a hoop ride, and go do your dirt. Worst comes to worst and you have to ditch the ride, it's not that big of a deal because the car is a piece of shit anyway. Think of the hoop ride as the car you do all your evil deeds in. You do a few drive-bys, a couple of stick-ups, and once the car is too hot to be on the streets, you just ditch it or get it chopped up. So Bravo and Sonny are on the east side, waiting for one of Mark's men to do a drop. Nigga, I hope that you don't have me out here on the east waiting for no reason, says Sonny in an angry manner. Bravo checks his Rolex, then the rear view, and responds, Sonny, I got you, just believe in ya boy, alright. I wouldn't waste my time yet alone waste yours. Sonny pulls the fully loaded clip out of his Glock 9, then takes the palm of his hand and slaps it back up into the gun. After about 2 blunts, and 12 Newports later, headlights from a car now fills Bravo's rear view mirror. You see what I'm saying, all you gotta do is have a little patience my nigga, says Bravo. Sonny looks as a all-black Benz with tinted windows slowly rolls past him and Bravo as they sit in their hoop ride. The Benz parks on the opposite side of the street. The driver doesn't get out the car, instead he just sits there parked with his music playing and he rolls his window down. It's go time, we get him, get the goods, and we mash out ya dig, says Sonny as he puts his cigarette out. Both Sonny and Bravo tie bandanas around their face with guns in hand. It seemed like Sonny really enjoyed the lifestyle he lived. He loved the feeling of power he got when he would take from another person, or the adrenaline rush he got from shooting at people. Bravo and Sonny hop out the car and rush over to the drug dealer as he sits in his Benz. Bandana on and gun in hand, Sonny rushes up to the driver's side window and shoves his gun right into the drug dealer's face. Unlock these motherfucking doors nigga, or I'll blow ya fucking face off nigga. Sonny demanded. Unlike a lot of these niggas in the streets, Sonny was really about putting in work. The driver unlocks the doors and Bravo hops into the passenger side. Bravo then places his .45 to the driver's ribs and tells him to sit still. Sonny then opens the back door on the driver's side and hops into the car as well. Bravo is a cool, calm and collected guy. If you saw him, the last thing you would expect Bravo to be was a stick-up kid and drug dealer, but he was. He shot at niggas, robbed connects, he done it all. In a calm voice, Bravo asks the driver where the money was. The driver denies that he has any money. He says that he was waiting for his girlfriend to come out her house so they could go out to eat. Bravo takes his .45 and slaps the driver across his face twice with it. You can hear the hard steel slap against the flesh and bone of the driver's face as he lets out a sequel of pain. Roll your fucking window up nigga, says Sonny to the driver. The driver rolls the window up and starts to plea with Bravo and Sonny. I don't have no money man, I'm just here to get my girl, says the driver. Blood starts to run down the driver's mouth as a few cars drive up and down the street. Once the street is clear, Sonny says to the driver, this is my last time asking you. Where, the fuck, is the money at? The driver starts to breath very hard. Bravo tightens his grip on his gun. I told you niggas, I don't have no fucking money. I'm here waiting for my. Bravo lets off 3 shots into the driver's ribs, killing him instantly. Yo fuck this weak ass nigga, yo Bravo pop the trunk, I bet he got some shit back there, says Sonny. Back at the college, Stoney has just finished his test about an hour ago. He stayed up at the college just to receive his test results. The professor calls Stoney up to his desk to hand him his grades. Stoney looks at his test only to see a fat D+ on the front on it. Stoney looks at the paper and says out loud, what the fuck? He crumbles his entire test up and throws it into the trash, then walks out of the classroom. This would be the last time Stoney ever sees this college. Back on the east side, Bravo and Sonny just killed one of Mark's workers. Sonny hops out the back seat as Bravo pops the trunk. Once the trunk is opened, Sonny finds 13 kilos of coke, and $250,000 in the trunk, all inside a large gym bag. Hell yeah, it's all goody back here, says Sonny in a cheerful voice. Bravo pops open the glove compartment only to find a fresh .38 snub and $5 grand. Sonny and Bravo take the goods to the hoop ride, load everything up and they drive away. The driver is left bleeding all over the inside of his car. Once again, Sonny and Bravo hit a sweet lick and get away from the scene undetected. The news of the shooting airs later that night on Fox 8 News. You can bet that this won't be the last killing in Cleveland, but the question is how long will it continue? Sonny and Bravo have came up once again, and Stoney failed his major test. Only question left to ask is what happens now? If you know how the streets work, then that answer is very simple. Payback was the only option left. You can't do dirt and expect to live clean, it just doesn't work that way. Simple and plain, someone has to die for the loss that was suffered today. Mark was no slouch when it came to the street shit. Sonny and Bravo bend corner after corner as they flee through the night, hoping to not get pulled over by the police as they make it back to the west side. All he had to do was tell the truth, stupid motherfucker, says Bravo. Man, just keep driving, he wasn't built for this anyway, replies Sonny as he changes the radio station. Bravo and Sonny hit licks so much that they felt no fear doing it again and again. They stop at a Burger King on their side of town to grab something to eat before heading home. Chapter 10, I Want Him Dead. Once again, the cold Cleveland streets are filled with death and murder. Death is the only thing that really leaves an impression, because it's forever. There have been many life-changing and dramatic encounters on this journey so far. Sonny and Bravo have just hit the lick of a lifetime, while Stoney didn't pass one of the most important tests of his life thus far. This is how the world works, there has to be good in order for bad to exist and vice versa. The following night of the murder of Mark's worker, TJ and Reaper find out and report the horrible news to their boss, Mark. They are on a back street on the east side. They are posted at a disclosed location. There are many thugs posted around them as well, all strapped with guns. Reaper and TJ get word from one of the boys that their worker got robbed and killed yesterday. The smell of smoke from the grill, weed, and the sounds of music all fill the air. It looks as if a cookout or party is going on because there are groups of ladies standing around talking and eating with the crew. Reaper steps out of the back door of the house and out into the backyard. Any one of you niggas seen TJ? Asks Reaper as he walks past the sizzling hot fire grill. One of the thugs points to a corner of the backyard where a table sits up against the fence. TJ is sitting down alone at the wooden table in the back, by a large tree that stands near the fence. Reaper pushes his way through the crowd of people, and walks up to TJ. "Yo, you know we gotta get in touch with boss, right?" asks Reaper. TJ is already talking to Mark on his cell phone. TJ puts his phone on speaker so Reaper can hear Mark. "Sorry about that, boss, I just put you on speaker so Reaper can join the conversation," replies TJ as he dumps the tobacco out of his cigarillo and into the grass. You can tell that Mark is very angry and upset as he speaks to both TJ and Reaper over the phone. "Now what you just told me, TJ, is fucked up. You motherfuckers out there in my streets getting my people killed, my drugs stolen, and my fucking money taken. This shit needs to be fixed right away," Mark yells through the phone. TJ calmly replies back to Mark. "I wanted to tell you up front and right away before word got around and these niggas twist shit around. Don't worry about a thing, boss, because we already up on things right now, just sit back. You motherfuckers better have all of this shit under control. Nigga, I get money, not lose it. Losing money is the opposite of what I do. You niggas making me look bad," replies Mark. In a assuring tone, TJ tells Mark that everything will be taken care of and he has nothing else to worry about. TJ and Mark talk for a little bit more, then out of the blue, Reaper snatches the phone out of TJ's hand and begins to scream into the phone. "That nigga Sonny is fucking dead, Mark, you hear me? He's fucking dead." Reaper yelled into the phone so loud that his voice carried over the music that was playing. Everyone at the party turned to the corner of the backyard where TJ and Reaper were. After a few brief minutes, everything went back to normal. Mark starts to laugh, then all of his anger goes away. In a relaxed tone, Mark tells Reaper and TJ that everything is alright. "He paid the ultimate price for fucking up anyway," says Mark. TJ and Reaper wrap up their conversation with Mark, then head back to the party. Now that plans have been discussed among the two generals and their boss, you can only imagine what type of chaos lies ahead for the city of Cleveland yet again. Mark is at his home, upset but still calm. He's planning a major hit on Sonny and Bravo. He knows for sure that they did this. He sips the last of his wine, then throws the glass cup against his wall and it breaks. "Fuck," he yells out loud. His wife comes into the room where Mark is sitting so she can see what just happened. She can tell that Mark is upset, and she sees the broken glass on the floor. "Honey, what is the matter with you?" she asks. Mark looks at her and apologizes. "Honey, I'm sorry, I just lost my temper. My business partners just called and told me a few $100,000 is lost," he replies. Mark's wife goes from worried to concerned. "How do you lose a few $100,000, she asks. Mark gets a little nervous and says, "It's a long story, baby, just business went bad with a client yesterday," he says to brush her off. She gives him a look as if she can tell he's lying, but she can't prove that he is. She walks to the kitchen and grabs the broom and dustpan. "Here, let me do that, baby, you did enough tonight," Mark says as he kindly takes the broom and pan from his wife. "I'll be up there in 20 minutes, so wait up for me," he says as he starts to sweep up the broken glass. She gives him a kiss, then she heads up the stairs. Mark has a lot on his hands right now. Business is starting to decline because of Sonny and Bravo, and this is where the game starts to become dangerous. Mark sweeps up the last of the broken glass, then takes the dustpan into the kitchen and dumps it into the trash. He cuts all the lights out downstairs and heads up to his awaiting wife. Chapter 11, Let Me Help You. You can hear the theme song of ESPN playing from the TV in Sonny's living room. It's noon and the gang is lounged up at the spot. Bravo, Sonny, and another one of their close friends in the street underworld is also there. Beer and weed was for today's breakfast. This morning was an odd moment, because for the past few weeks, Sonny had his hands out of the grimy streets of Cleveland. This morning was how it used to be whenever Sonny and Bravo made big money and hit huge licks. Today, the living room was filled with money. Money stacked on the coffee table, money all over the floor, it was money everywhere you looked. Along with the money, there were about 5 to 6 different types of handguns, and about 7 different types of rifles, all laying on top of a pile of money. It's days like this that really kept Sonny happy. You can hear it in his voice. My man's Bravo came through with the sweet lick for ya boy. We did our 1-2 and we $250,000 richer ya dig me Tino. I think robbin' niggas is my sport. I'm like the MVP, says Sonny. Santino aka Tino, was a heavy-set Puerto Rican dude. He was real cool in the hood, everyone knew him for being a giving person. Drug dealers in the hood knew him for being that nigga with the guns. Santino had connects on the guns in Chicago, New York City, Arizona, and Denver. On average, Santino would make anywhere from $15,000 to $50,000 a week just from selling guns. Like I said before, he was a real cool dude, and it was even better because he was cool with Sonny and Bravo. He would cut Sonny and Bravo deals on the guns whenever they wanted to buy some. Bravo starts to laugh out loud while counting up a few thousand. What the hell you Logan at, asks Sonny. Bravo laughs even harder at Sonny and says, nigga hell yeah, that's our sport. You set the play up, and I finished it with the power clutch windmill 360 jam. All three of the men laugh out loud together as they continue to smoke and drink. This nigga think he Yosemite Sam and shit, says Bravo. Santino takes a couple of rubber bands and puts them around what looks to be 5 G's or $5,000. He then tosses the money over to the side where the other piles of counted money were. Shortly after, Stoney walks into the living room. His eyes get huge as he sees all the money, then all the guns and even more money. He walks past everyone and sits down on the chair next to the TV. With a surprised look on his face, Stoney asks, what the hell you niggas do, hit a lick on a Brinks truck? Sonny looks at Stoney and replies, nah, we ain't robbed no Brinks truck, fool. We got this from the last job me and Bravo did on the east side a few days ago. Stoney smiles and says to Sonny, well shit, if your job payin' like that, I'm about to put a app in right now then. You don't need to work with us. You got your college thing going good for you. Anyway, you passed your test for the degree. Well, you did pass the test, right? Asks Bravo. Stoney cracks his knuckles and answers Bravo, nah, I actually failed that shit, but it's all good. I don't have enough money to get back into school right now, but it's cool. Sonny stands up and walks over to the pile of guns. He grabs what looks to be a brand new Glock 18, with a extended clip. He picks it up, walks over to Stoney and places the gun in his hand. Well, if you don't have enough money, you can work with us and earn some money, real fucking money, ya dig, says Sonny. Bravo walks over to Stoney and takes the gun out his hand. Sonny turns and looks at Bravo with a stupid look on his face. Bravo places the gun down, looks at Stoney and says, yo, if you need money to get back into school, I can give you the bread right now. You don't have to get up in these streets. Sonny picks the gun back up and places it back into Stoney's hand. He a grown-ass man just like all of us. If he wanna put that work in, let him do him, says Sonny as he walks away. Bravo just gives Sonny a blank stare, then turns back to Stoney. I appreciate your offer, Brav, I really do. I'm out here to earn everything I want, not have it handed to me, replies Stoney. Bravo pauses for a few seconds, then nods his head at Stoney. I would be fucked up if something was to happen to you out here in these streets, young G, no lie. You're on the right path, I just don't wanna see you go off that path, says Bravo. Stoney goes to walk into the kitchen, and Bravo puts his hand out in front of Stoney and stops him. Promise me that once you get enough money for school, you leave this street shit alone for good. At that very moment, it was a weird feeling in the entire house. This was the first time anyone in the house told someone to leave the street life alone. It was always the opposite, but today there was a weird feeling that came with what Bravo just said. I promise you, my nigga, word to everything, replies Stoney. Bravo nods his head once again at Stoney, then he moves his hand out of his way and Stoney heads into the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Stoney lets Sonny know that he's down with the team. Sonny gets happy, grabs a bottle of moat and begins to shake it up, only to open it and let it spew all over Stoney. Sonny was popping bottles in his kitchen like he just won the World Series in the MLB or something. With all the loud noise and commotion, Santino and Bravo head into the kitchen too. They all grab bottles with blunts in their hands and celebrate right along with Stoney and Sonny. After taking a few chugs on the moat bottle, Sonny introduces Santino to Stoney. Yo Tino, this my lil homie Stoney. This nigga is like my lil brother. Santino and Stoney both dap each other up. This the nigga we holla at when we need them throw away burners, ya dig, Sonny says to Stoney. Sonny walks out of the kitchen, then comes back in with about $2,000 in his hands. My nigga need a good joint to keep on his side, so just take this, I'm paying for it up front right now, says Sonny as he hands the money to Santino. Santino walks over to the other side of the kitchen and unzips a medium-sized black bag. He reaches into the bag and pulls out a brand new .45 and tosses it to Stoney. Stoney looks at the gun as if it were a gift from heaven. He pulls the chamber back and lets it go. You like that shit, my nigga? Asks Sonny with a drunken grin on his face. Man, I feel like going out back and shooting in the air, says Stoney with a childish grin on his face. Sonny walks out of the kitchen again and comes back in one more time with more money in his hands. This time, it looks like he has at least $3,000 to $4,000 cash. He walks over to Stoney and drops the bundles of money in front of him on the table. Since you're new to the squad, I can't have you out here broke, Sonny says as he sits back down. Stoney looks at all the money in front of his face, then the gun in his hand. Sonny tells Stoney that he'll have a block set up for him to run by tomorrow. Santino walks back over to the table and sits down. He lights up a cigarette and tells Stoney that if he needs any extras for the gun to just let him know. If you need laser sights, extended clips, silencers, any of that shit, just let me know, says Santino. Bravo lights up his blunt and says to Santino, damn Tino, we just want to make sure the nigga safe while he hustlin'. We not here to assassinate the whole fucking hood. All four of them laugh out loud once again. By this time, it's almost 1:20 in the evening. The days is just getting started, and Cleveland is waiting for yet another murder to quench the street's thirst for cold blood. Laughter can be heard coming from Sonny's house as people walked up and down the street. Nigga, yo mama's so fat, God couldn't even lift her spirits, Bravo says to Sonny as the crew busts out in laughter. Sonny lets out a quiet laugh, and fires back at Bravo. Oh yeah, well nigga, yo mama's so fat, she went bungee jumping and went straight to hell, replies Sonny with a grin. Everyone breaks into laughter. These guys were really like a family. They laughed together, ate together, they even fought together. Now Stoney was a part of the team. Sonny wanted Stoney to be down, but Bravo didn't. Bravo wanted Stoney to reach for the stars and actually do more with his life than just sell drugs, or rob people. Bravo saw the good that was in Stoney and he wanted to help him define his true purposes in life. Chapter 12, Once and for All. Mark, JJ, and their two closest men are out enjoying a few drinks and some food at a upscale bar on the east side. All four of the men are seated at a table full of food and drinks. Mark is dressed like a black mob boss. He has on a sky blue silk shirt with rings on each finger, 3 chains around his neck and a pair of blue gaiters to match his black dress pants and sky blue shirt. TJ is dressed more in a urban way. He has on a fresh pair of Jordan 10s, with a pair of blue jeans and a black Rock Republic shirt. Reaper is in his usual, all black hoodie with some baggy jeans and black Timbs. JJ is sporting his all black mink coat that hangs down to his knees. He also has on a pair of dress pants and clean polished dress shoes that cost $12,000 just for the shoe, not including the strings. This was all made possible by the drugs and money provided by Mark. He wanted to keep his team as happy as can be. I would like to propose a toast to all the bad business ordeals we went through this past week, and I want to toast to the changes we're going to make, says a drunken Mark. All four men extend their glasses to the center of the table. You can hear the little ching noise as the glasses all touch, then they all drink from their cups. I still feel responsible for that loss that we took, says TJ. Mark drinks the remaining alcohol in his glass, then places it onto the table. The waitress comes to their table and drops off more food. There you are, gentlemen, says the waitress as she places a huge plate full of ribs onto the table, followed by another huge plate of fries and onion rings. The men fill their plates up with ribs, fries, and onion rings as if they haven't ate a meal all day. I'll be back with your round of drinks in a few minutes, says the waitress as she gives the gentleman a smile as she walks away. Mark tells TJ that he shouldn't feel responsible because the situation was out of his hands. Mark explains to Reaper and TJ that he knows the people responsible for the hit. He grabs a rib and places it onto his plate. Mark continues what he was saying. I can trust you two enough to help me stop this whole situation from getting worse. I'm putting a hit out on both Sonny and Bravo, our West Side competition. JJ reaches into his mink coat, and hands an envelope to both TJ and Reaper. They both take a peek into the envelope and see what looks to be an endless amount of $100 bills. This is a down payment on the deal, don't make me have to second guess you, says Mark as he bites into a juicy rib. Reaper gives Mark a sick smile and asks, how you want it done, boss? Headshots, burn 'em alive, dump their bodies in Lake Erie. The waitress comes back around the corner and gives them their drinks. Here you go, I'll be back to check on you guys in a little while. After she walks away, JJ answers Reaper. We want you to kill them the same way they killed our guy. Catch them slippin' in their hood. We want to send a message to the entire West Side so they know we mean business. TJ wipes the barbecue from his mouth with a napkin then says, what would that message be? Mark answers the question for JJ. The message would be to never fuck with Mark Jordan, ever. Leave the scene as messy as possible. TJ and Reaper nod their heads in understanding to what Mark just ordered them to do. They really enjoyed putting in work for Mark, especially when it came down to gunplay. You can hear the drunken cheers echo throughout the bar as the Cavs play the Miami Heat downtown at the Q. A drunken guy in the bar screams out, LeBron, take your hairline back to Miami, you traitor. Tonight was the night that would change Stoney, Sonny, and Bravo's lives forever. The sad part is, they didn't know that. If you live by the gun, you have no choice but to die by it as well. Mark was a hustler turned businessman. He put his heart and soul into making his money, and anyone who came in the way of that had to be removed. He personally removed a few people in his early hustling days, but he got enough money so he didn't have to get his hands dirty anymore. TJ and Reaper were the ones he called when he needs someone removed, and Sonny and Bravo were next on the list for removal. After leaving a huge tip and paying the bill, Reaper, TJ, and their two head bosses all walk out of the bar together. Reaper and TJ hop into a old school mustard yellow Chevy sitting on 28-inch rims. Mark and JJ get into Mark's Rolls Royce and they ride off into the city. Chapter 13, We Getting Money. "You ready to do this shit, my nigga?" was the first thing that came out of Sonny's mouth to Stoney. Bravo is appointed to show Stoney the ropes in the streets today. All three men stand around in the kitchen preparing for today. They were huddled up in the kitchen as if they were discussing a game plan for beating an opposing team. If the feds were to kick in Sonny's door right now, just the stuff laying around his kitchen alone would be enough to put all three men in prison for at least 10 years. Scales, guns, cocaine, pieces of crack, and bags of weed sat on the kitchen table. Everything is already set up for you today. Just listen to Bravo and you'll make it back home in one piece today, Sonny says to Stoney. Stoney grabs his cell phone and puts it in his pocket. He then grabs his brand new .45 and loads the clip into the gun, then he stuffed the gun into the front of his pants under his Ed Hardy shirt. After that, he grabs his light jacket and throws his Cleveland Indians fitted hat on. Bravo pulls a chair up to the kitchen table, sits down and says to Stoney, "I'll be watching over you while you're in the field today, so listen and listen good." Sonny follows up by saying to Stoney, "Bravo will make sure you have more than a few cells today. He's going to send a few of his customers your way, so you better not fuck this shit up." "I got everything set and ready to go. I bagged my shit up last night, so I'm ready to go now," replies Stoney. Sonny daps Stoney and Bravo up, then he heads out the kitchen and upstairs to the bathroom. Bravo throws his coat on and him and Stoney leave out the house and hop into Bravo's Porsche truck. Once inside the truck, Bravo pops in a CD and begins to play some old biggie. Stoney and Bravo start to nod their heads almost in unison. 10 crack commandments, yo that's my shit, say Stoney. Bravo backs the Porsche truck out of Sonny's driveway and starts to drive to today's assigned location. After about 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrive to the block. You can see people standing on the corner, prostitutes walking around, and there were real live crackheads up and down the streets. It almost looked like something that you would see in a movie. Pulling up to the corner store, Stoney looks around at everything he's seeing. Stoney is far from new to all of this, but it's been a while since he was actually right in the middle of it all like he is now. A strange feeling of being unsafe shot through Stoney's body at that moment and he zoned out, thinking of all the bad things that could possibly happen. His deep thinking was interrupted by Bravo. "Nigga, you need to be alert at all times out here, ya dig? This shit ain't no game, all it takes is one wrong move and you can be in the bing for life, or dead to the world." Stoney gains his focus on the tasks for today, and they both hop out the truck. Bravo and Stoney post up next to a low-key corner store in the hood. Within a matter of minutes, fiends of all shapes and forms instantly recognize Bravo's face. A old dark-skinned man wearing a thick winter coat with fur on the hood approaches Bravo. "My man, what cha no good?" asks the crackhead. "Shit, you know how it is," replies Bravo. Stoney looks at the man's shoes. His shoes have holes in the front and his toes are almost touching the ground. "You got some of that shit for me today, my man?" the crackhead asks Bravo. He has dirt all in his hair and his eyes are yellow. It looks like this man didn't take a shower in a week or so. Bravo replies to him, "Nah, I'm all out, but my man's right here got you." The crackhead turns to Stoney. This was the moment of truth. If Stoney blew this, then he failed again. "What you need?" asks Stoney as he put both his hands inside his pants pockets. The fiend tells Stoney that he wants to purchase some crack, but Stoney tells him that he only has soft cocaine on him. The fiend pauses for a moment, then asks him how much he's selling it for. $50 a gram, Stoney says. The fiend asks Stoney for 2 grams, and hands him 5 dirty $20 bills. Stoney grabs 2 bags of coke that were weighed on a gram each and he hands them to the fiend. Once the exchange is made, the fiend heads down the street like nothing happened. Bravo and Stoney post up on the strip for some hours, making a few trips to the corner store to grab bags of chips, cigarettes and cigarillos. The money started to come fast for Stoney. Within 2 hours, he was almost to $1,500 off selling coke alone. The cops drove up and down the street once in a while, but that didn't stop the business from running. More fiends meant more money. Once the day was over with, Stoney left with a pocket full of cash, and a new reputation as a dope boy, and a rush from making so much money in so little time. On the way back home, Bravo talks to Stoney. "Yo, remember the promise you made to me?" Bravo says. "Yeah, I remember, and I'm going to keep my word," replies Stoney. "In this world, you have people who want to see you do good, and those that want to see you do bad." Bravo wanted to see Stoney do good, that's why he always gave him positive advice. "When do you think I'll be able to go out on my own?" asks Stoney. Bravo gives him a funny look. "Slow down, champ, you only been in the game 1 day, replies Bravo. Stoney was starting to become addicted to the rush already. Bravo could see it in his eyes. Bravo didn't want anything to happen to Stoney, he was like the little brother that he never had. Stoney was looking at the game in a different way. He figured he could get in, make some money, then just stop it all. Some people plan on doing it just like that, but 9 times out of 10 it never goes down that way. You can plan on stopping later that night, and end up getting killed or arrested that same day. Stoney and Bravo pull up to Sonny's house. It's now going on 7 p.m. Stoney felt different walking into the house with a bag full of money. He went to the kitchen and finds Sonny on the phone talking to someone. Sonny looks at Stoney and gives him a look. Stoney takes his bag and turns it upside down as the money falls all over the kitchen table. Chapter 14, Legal Work. The familiar meeting spot, or Sonny's house, is once again alive and filled with street joy. The whole gang, Sonny, Bravo, Stoney, and Santino, are chilling in the living room. Weed smoke fills the air and you can hear hip-hop playing in the background. Yesterday was a new day for Stoney, he was actually out in the streets making money. "I heard some good things about you yesterday, my nigga," Sonny says to Stoney. Stoney replies, "Yeah yo, I'm up on my shit right now. I told you that I can handle this." In a joking manner, Bravo says to Stoney, "Fool, you out here talking all my customers away from me. I should hop over this table and bust ya fucking head open." Everybody laughs. Santino has a Whopper from Burger King in one hand, and an extra thick chocolate milkshake in the other hand. You see, a side effect from smoking weed is hunger. This is what the smokers call the munchies. Sonny looks at Santino through his bloodshot eyes and says, "Nigga, you bout to die of an instant heart attack eatin' all that fast food. Then you got the extra thick shake, you was better off drinkin' a cup full of sand." Tino takes a huge bite out of his burger. You can see the ketchup and mustard stain his beard as he eats. With a full mouth, Santino simply replies to Sonny, "Fuck you." Once again the high crew shares yet another laugh together. "You really are on ya shit though, Stoney. This is good for business, the team is moving like a unit right now," says Bravo. With a little chuckle, Santino says, "Yeah, every time I step into the streets, I hear something about Bravo and Sonny. These niggas are like hood legends." Almost with a full smile on his face, Stoney asks Santino if he heard good or bad things in the street. You see, if you keep hearing bad things about someone in the street, that will start to throw dirt on their name. The last thing you want is to have dirt thrown on your name in the streets. Stuff like that can get you killed depending on what was said about you. Santino understands why Stoney asked him that question. "Oh, it's all love out in the streets for all of you niggas. You know, when you start getting money, the niggas and bitches start to notice you more," replies Santino. As the jokester he is, Bravo blurps out, "Man, I be feelin' like a superstar with all the biddies that rush me on the daily. I be havin' to walk to the corner store with the young homies just so they can be my lil hood security. As Bravo keeps ranting on and on about the different females he encountered, Stoney cuts Bravo off. Stoney brings something very important to the picture. Yo, speakin' of all this money, I'm about to go all the way with mine, ya dig. Matter of fact, I'm about to hire me a layer today. Santino and Bravo both agree with Stoney. Even though Stoney was younger than his crew by a few years, he still conducted himself as if he was older than what he was. Sonny kind of played the backseat in today's conversation until Stoney spoke of a lawyer. The thing that made Sonny pissed was the fact two of his partners in crime also agreed with Stoney's statement. "You don't need no fucking lawyer," yells Sonny. Everyone's attention in the room was directed towards the angry Sonny. "All you gotta do is get your money, stash it away, and lay low when the streets get hot," says Sonny. "You don't need no lawyer, they there to lock ya ass up, not help you," replies Sonny. Stoney broke the silence by saying, "I just want to have one on deck, you never know what will pop off." "Chill the fuck out, Sonny, sheesh." Sonny flicks his hand at Stoney as if he was telling him to get the fuck out of here. Bravo and Santino are looking at Stoney and Sonny as if they all were in a movie. Stoney gets up from the table and heads to his room. He grabs his cell phone and calls up a few lawyers' firms in the Cleveland area. He ends up getting in touch with one lawyer who is very known for her hard work and credibility. Stoney puts his cell phone onto speakerphone so he can talk while changing his clothes. On the phone there is a lawyer who is a female. You can tell from the way she speaks that she is Spanish. To sound as professional as possible, Stoney tries his best to make the lawyer feel as if he was not a criminal. "Yes, I was calling because I'm looking to hire a lawyer, and I would like to know if it was okay for me to come and meet you today in person to discuss a few things," says Stoney. "Well, I hope that I can be of assistance to you. I actually have an opening today around 2:30. Would this work for you, sir?" asks the lawyer. Stoney manages to slip his affliction shirt over his head without messing up his low-cut wavy hair. He replies back to the lawyer, "2:30 is perfect, I'll be there at 2:15 just so I won't be late. By the way, what did you say your name was again?" In a firm tone, the lawyer replies, "Ms. Rodriguez, and I now have you filled in for 2:30, so see you then, sir." Stoney and his future lawyer hang up the phone. He finishes getting dressed and heads back to the kitchen. Bravo sees Stoney heading back to the kitchen and greets him by saying, "You was in there for like 20 minutes. Everything all right with you?" Stoney tells everyone that he just got off the phone with a lawyer. He lets them know that he has an appointment today at 2:30 p.m. Stoney grabs something to eat out of the fridge and daps all three of his friends up, then leaves and hops into his silver Mercedes and rides off. "I'm tryin' to warn this nigga that them lawyers ain't no fucking good," mumbles Sonny. Bravo comes to Stoney's defense and says, "Ain't nothing wrong with a lawyer. I rather have one than to not have one at all. Let the lil homie do him, my nigga." Sonny looks at Bravo and shakes his head, then walks out the kitchen and turns the living room TV on and starts channel surfing. Stoney arrives at the lawyer's firm downtown. He's fresh from head to toe. Shades on, fresh haircut, fresh True Religion jeans with some all-black Jordan 14s. Black affliction shirt with white designs of wings and angels and a jean chain hanging off his right side that's connected to his wallet. He steps into the lawyer's office with the confidence and attitude an elite business owner would have when he's negotiating a huge deal. Stoney gets on the elevator with other people who have to ride it as well. Stoney looks around at everyone in the elevator through his dark shades. To his right, a young white man in his early 30s. He's dressed in a suit with a black briefcase hanging from his hand by its handle. To the left of Stoney, a mother and her little daughter. At this very point, Stoney realized that he was different from these people. Flashbacks of what Sonny said about the lawyers ran through Stoney's mind. It was now that he began to second-think his decision to hire a lawyer. Ding! The elevator door opens on the 7th floor, the floor Stoney had to get off on. He steps off the elevator and heads down the hallway and makes a left. His lawyer's office was the third room on the left side of the hall. Stoney takes his shades off and clips them to the middle of his shirt so they hung down the middle of his chest. He took a deep breath and knocked on the glass door. "Come in," says a light female voice from inside the room. Stoney was almost speechless from what he saw. The lawyer is a beautiful Puerto Rican female. Her eyes were a pretty brown, her hair was dark brown and long. It came down to her lower back, and she had pretty full lips that were covered in a glossy red lipstick. Stoney closes the door and walks into the room as Ms. Rodriguez stands up from her desk to shake her client's hand. "Well, I can say you were right on time," Ms. Rodriguez says with a smile on her face. Stoney tries to play it cool and replies, "Well, you know, timing is everything." Stoney and Ms. Rodriguez get down to business and the appointment begins. "I want to know if you can provide me with legal protection for my business," says Stoney. Ms. Rodriguez tells Stoney that she could be of assistance in that manner. With a surprised look on her face and doubt in her voice, Ms. Rodriguez asks Stoney what type of business did he own. The question Stoney asked was a very simple and obvious question. Due to the nature of what Stoney's business really was, he couldn't just come up front and tell her what it was that he really did. With nervousness in his voice, Stoney replies, "I own a street team. You know, we serve the community with supply and demand, but we specialize in the supply end of the business." Ms. Rodriguez gives Stoney a awkward look as her pretty eyes look Stoney up and down. She tells Stoney that any time you deal with the public, you always need a lawyer. A customer can be disappointed and want to sue, or any legal issue can occur. In Stoney's case, he would need a defense lawyer. Ms. Rodriguez tells Stoney, "In your case, I would defend you in court against the judge if matters went that far. So for this, I charge a flat rate of $450 per hour. If this is too much, sir, we may be able to work on a payment-by-payment basis." Stoney reaches into his pants pockets and pulls out a couple stacks of money. Stoney just sits the money down in front of Ms. Rodriguez and sat back down into his seat. She looks at all the money sitting in front of her, then she looks at Stoney, then the money once more. "Take what you need for the case out of that, then you can keep the rest of the money. Just make sure you do a good job when I need you, all right," Stoney says to the still stunned Ms. Rodriguez. Sir, you didn't inform me on your case or court date," says Ms. Rodriguez. Stoney tells her to keep all of the money for future reference, just in case something comes up. After discussing the money, Ms. Rodriguez hands Stoney her business card. She shows him her office and direct numbers on the card. Stoney takes the card and looks at it up close before placing it into his wallet. "So you said I can reach you whenever at any of these numbers?" asks Stoney. "If you call the office number and you get no answer, just call my direct number," replies Ms. Rodriguez. Stoney nods his head in understanding. "By the way, I didn't get your name, sir," Ms. Rodriguez says with a slight smile on her face. Stoney tells her what his nickname is. He doesn't reveal his government name to her. "Stoney? What kind of name is that?" laughs Ms. Rodriguez. Stoney explains to her that his name was given to him where he lived and that's what everyone called him. "Hey, do you ever be on the West?" asks Stoney. Ms. Rodriguez tells Stoney that she visits that side of town here and there. She asks Stoney why he wanted to know and he tells her that her face looked familiar. He said she looked like a lady he saw a few weeks ago, but she wasn't wearing glasses. After that was all said and done, Stoney shakes hands with Ms. Rodriguez and he leaves out of her office and heads back up the hallway and to the elevator. Ms. Rodriguez takes a seat back at her desk. She looks at all the money that Stoney left and she shakes her head, then she smiles as if she found something that she had been looking for her whole life. She grabs her documents off her laptop and continues to look over her work. Chapter 15, Rally the Boys. Sonny and his team are on cloud 9 right now. They have the money, power, and the respect. They had a team full of loyal members, and one of the members was their gun connect. In the street world, drug and weapon connects are a key to doing business. You need the weapons to help protect or to help sell the drugs, and you need the drugs to get the money to buy the guns. If you have a gun connect, all you have to do is focus on getting the money now, because the other end is already taken care of. Sonny, Bravo, and Stoney are all sitting around a Westside tattoo shop. Sonny is sitting in the tattooing chair getting his neck done. The buzzing of the tattoo gun sounds like a drill digging into Sonny's skin. His head is turned facing both Stoney and Bravo. Sonny says to Bravo that they have to make a little extra money so that they can blow it all at the club tomorrow night. Bravo agrees with him. Stoney really wasn't a club type guy. He was more into chilling at the house, or hanging with friends, not the high-profile club life. The tattoo artist makes a few more outlines on Sonny's neck, then stops and changes guns. "So how did your appointment go with the lawyer?" Sonny asks Stoney. Stoney tells Sonny that everything went good and all he has to do is make a call to his lawyer if he ever gets into trouble. The tattoo artist steps onto his foot pedal and the tattoo gun starts to buzz again. This time he's doing the shade work around the tattoo on Sonny's neck. With a disappointing tone in his voice, Sonny says, "Well, that's good, my nigga, even though I still feel that you wasted your money." Bravo looks at the tattoo artist as he guides the tattoo gun around Sonny's neck. Stoney then reveals to both Bravo and Sonny that he thinks his lawyer was the one girl that they were looking at the one day on the porch. Both Bravo and Sonny think that Stoney is just joking around. Stoney tells them that he is serious. The only thing that was different about her was she had glasses on today. Other than that, she looked exactly the same, Stoney says, trying to convince his friends to believe him. "Man, if that really was Shorty, then you better try to smash that," Bravo says as he daps up Sonny as the tattoo artist finishes up his shade work. Stoney shakes his head at Bravo and says, "If that is Shorty like I think it is, then that means she has a man. She was walkin' with him last time, remember?" Bravo explains to Stoney that she could have broke up with him if it was her man. He tells Stoney the only way to find out if she's single is to simply ask her instead of assuming. Sonny adds his 2 cents in, "Plus that was damn near 6 months ago, Stoney, she could have been left that dude." Stoney listens to what both Sonny and Bravo just said. Even though his friends could be very outlandish at times, what they said just now made a lot of sense. Within a 6-month span, anything could have happened. Stoney was feeling a little lucky, if you may say. What would the chances be of you seeing a beautiful lady one day, then running back into that same person months later and she's your lawyer? She was mad nice, yo. She was talking to me as if she knew me her whole life, Stoney says. The tattoo artist rubs an ointment onto Sonny's neck, then he tells Sonny that he's all done. The tattoo artist takes off his gloves and tosses them into the trash and walks out the room and heads to the front. "Yeah, that's how it all starts, my nigga. Good convo, then good food, then good pussy. Then next thing you know, bam. You're giving up them good paychecks for 18 years, Sonny says as he and Bravo begin to laugh at Stoney. Bravo shifts tonight's mood from fun to business. Now usually it was Sonny who would be all about the business, but tonight Bravo took the cake. "I got the drop on some more of Mark's workers. They got this one spot on the east on Kinsman. This is another in and out mission just like before," he says. Sonny asks if Bravo knows what time the drop is supposed to happen, but Bravo doesn't. Bravo tells Sonny that he'll have all the details in the next few days once he talks to Santino. Santino sells guns to people in and out the state of Ohio, so he knows a lot about different things. Bravo and Sonny have Santino set certain guys up by selling them guns and having them to meet Tino in different locations. Once they meet up with Tino to purchase what they need, Bravo and Sonny come out the blue and rob both Santino and the customer for the guns he was supposed to sell them. They also take the customer's money in the process. They use this as a way to get the money and guns. They rob Santino to play off the whole thing as if Tino had nothing to do with it, even though Santino sets it all up. This plan has worked every time they used it, and this was what they wanted to do yet again. Stoney stands up with excitement in his voice. You want to lick these niggas for everything they got? Or you want to twist these niggas? In the streets, that would mean to kill. If you leave someone twisted, that means that you left them dead. If someone says that they got twisted from drinking or smoking, then that means that they got high or drunk. Stoney was referring to murder. Calm ya ass down, fool, says Sonny. I just want to get the names, faces and locations before I decide how we handle the situation, replies Sonny. Sonny laughs out loud and says to Stoney, so Mr. Schoolboy wants to be a cowboy like Sonny, huh? Stoney brushes off Sonny's comment and reaches for his iced tea sitting on the counter behind him. In a sincere tone, Bravo says to Stoney, if things become too thick out here and me and Sonny have to put in work, I want you to fall back and chill. Sonny follows up by saying, you worry about the money and me and Brav will worry about everything else. Stoney agrees and he finishes the last few sips of his iced tea. Stoney then tells his friends that he has to make a phone call and he steps out the tattoo room. He walks past the lobby of waiting customers and goes outside and sits inside Bravo's Porsche truck. Pulling his cell phone out his pocket, Stoney scrolls down his contacts list until he finds Ms. Rodriguez. He presses send and the phone begins to dial her number. Ms. Rodriguez is at home preparing dinner for her baby son. Her cell phone starts to ring and vibrate on top of her granite counter. She walks across her marble kitchen floor and answers the phone. Hello, she says with a sound of question in her voice. Stoney tells her that it was him who was calling. Oh okay, well hi, she says as she walks back over to her boiling noodles on the stove. Her famous spaghetti was tonight's main course. Stoney tells her that he is in a bit of trouble. In a worried and shaken tone, she asks Stoney if he was okay and what was going on. Stoney tells her that he and a few friends are going out to the club tomorrow night and he doesn't have anyone to take with him. How is this trouble, Stoney? She says with a bit of anger in her voice. The trouble is, I would love to take you with me but I don't know how you would feel about that, says Stoney. Are you asking me out on a date? Asks Ms. Rodriguez. Stoney couldn't help but to let out a nervous laugh as he sits in the truck all alone talking to her. If you want to call it something else, we can do that, replies Stoney in a sly manner. Even that made Ms. Rodriguez laugh and smile as she prepared dinner for her and her son. She tells Stoney that she's not allowed to get involved with any of her clients on a personal level due to company policy. With a straightforward tone, Stoney asks, so are you telling me no, Ms. Rodriguez? She plays with her hair and thinks back to the day she met Stoney in her office. She knew what her company policy was and she was well aware of it. Even though she knew she was risking her career, she was looking to be with someone. Even though she never talked to any of her clients or even wanted to, there was something about Stoney that fascinated her. I'm not saying no to you at all. Look, what time do you want me to be ready, she asks. Stoney tells her to be ready to be picked up around 8:30 tomorrow night. Sounds good, I'll make sure I'm ready by 8:15, time is everything, she says with a huge smile on her face. Stoney hides his emotions inside for a little bit longer and tells her that he'll see her tomorrow night and they both hang up the phone. Once the phone was hung up, Stoney let out a cheer of joy as he sat alone inside Bravo's Porsche truck. After he gathered himself, he goes back into the tattoo shop. He walks back past the crowded lobby and heads back to the room where Sonny and Bravo were. Once he enters the room, he sees Bravo putting his coat on and Sonny handing some cash to the tattoo artist. All three men leave out the building. Walking through the lobby with everyone staring at them made Stoney feel like he was famous. It felt like they were all walking in slow motion. Bravo, Sonny, and Stoney hop into the truck and head home. Chapter 16, Club Night. Ms. Rodriguez is on her way home from work. She swings by the daycare and picks up her son. From there, they head home. She is going out with Stoney for the first time ever, and she's a little worried. She wants to get to know him, but she doesn't want him to turn out to be a jerk. She also doesn't want to get into trouble because of this at her job either. It's 6:22 and the hot Cleveland sun is still out. Sonny just walked through his front door. Stoney and Bravo are playing NBA 2K12 on the Xbox 360. And one nigga, and one shouts Bravo as he dunks on Stoney and gets the foul. Money is laying on the ground in front of them as if they were betting on the game. Sonny comes in and drops his bags onto the living room floor and sits down on the couch to watch Bravo and Stoney play. Stoney has the Oklahoma City Thunder and Bravo is playing with the Dallas Mavericks. Stoney crosses Bravo over and Bravo's character falls onto the basketball court. "Just busted ya ass," yells Stoney. With 3.0 seconds left in the fourth quarter and down by 2 points, Stoney puts up a miracle three-pointer with Kevin Durant. The buzzer rings as the basket is good and Stoney wins the game. Stoney puts his finger up into the air as if he made the shot in real life. Bravo gets angry and slams the controller down onto the couch he was sitting on. Don't be slammin' my stuff," demands Sonny. Stoney laughs at Bravo as he reaches down and picks up the money that he and Bravo bet on the game. Bravo walks to the kitchen, then back into the living room with a cup in his hand and a bottle of 1800. He sits back down on the couch with a smile on his face and shakes Stoney's hand. "Yo, fuck that game, they be on that bullshit," Bravo says. Sonny replies, "Why they have to be on bullshit because you lost?" Bravo ignores him and pours some of his 1800 vodka into his cup filled halfway with orange juice. Stoney heads to the kitchen to get something to eat. After he washes his dishes, he hops in the shower to get ready for his date tonight. Stoney then calls his date for the night to check in on her. She tells him that she will be ready and the babysitter is on the way. It's 7:30 and the crew is done for the night, now it's time to go party. They all take separate cars but plan on meeting up at the club at 8:30. Sonny pulls out the red Camaro, Bravo has his green 2012 Mustang, and Stoney is riding in his silver Mercedes. All three men split up but plan on meeting at the club. Stoney heads to the east to go pick up his date for tonight, Ms. Rodriguez. Stoney has some rap music playing, then he turns to some smooth jazz. Stoney pulls up to Ms. Rodriguez's house. Her house looks like something that you would only see in a movie. Stoney pulls out his cell and calls his date. "I'm outside," says Stoney as he looks at Ms. Rodriguez's front door. Within 5 minutes, she comes out of her house. She looks breathtaking. She has on a nice black dress that fits her body very well. She has on hand and neck jewelry. A Gucci purse sits on her shoulder and her long natural hair hangs down her back and sways side to side and she walks towards Stoney's car. Her high heels clicks against the hard concrete as she walks down her stairs and to his car. Before she gets close to the car, Stoney hops out the driver's side and opens her door for her. He then helps her to the car. "You're lookin' mighty nice tonight," Stoney says in a cheerful voice. Ms. Rodriguez smiles at Stoney as he ducks down to seat herself in the car. Stoney makes sure that she's in all the way before he closes her door and hops back into the driver's seat. The smooth sounds of jazz play softly in the car as Stoney and Ms. Rodriguez take off into the night. It's 8:21 and Stoney and his date arrive at the club. Once there, Stoney helps her out the car, locks it up and they start to head into the club. You can see an extended line of people, all waiting to enter. You can see huge bouncers pushing people back, and some bouncers literally throwing people to the ground for trying to rush in. "Ayo, ayo," someone says in the background. Stoney turns around and sees Sonny and Bravo. They walk up to Stoney and Ms. Rodriguez. "So this is your date? Well, I just want to say you're one lucky dude," says Bravo with a smile. Stoney introduces Ms. Rodriguez to his friends. After a few more minutes pass, all four of them head into the club and walk past the entire line. One man who has been waiting to get into the club for the past 40 minutes gets rowdy and out of control. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" screams the man. Sonny turns around and opens up his coat to let the handle of his gun show as it poked up from his jeans. "We some famous people you don't want to fuck with," replies Sonny. The rowdy man closes his mouth and just gets back into line. You can tell that he was still upset though, but he didn't want to get shot. The bouncers call Sonny and Bravo by name as we enter the club. Once inside, we go straight to the VIP area. Buckets full of ice and bottles await for us. Bags full of weed and boxes full of unopened cigarillos lay on the table for us. All three men celebrate as if they were little kids who just won an award in school. Ms. Rodriguez takes a seat on the couch as her date and his friends act like childish beings. Bravo grabs a ice-cold bottle of rose and says to his friends, "This is the shit that I live for. This is what I get up every day and grind for niggas." Sonny takes one of his already rolled blunts out from behind his ear and lights it up. "Ain't nobody fucking with us right now, we got this shit on lock," says Sonny. Bravo lets Sonny know that he got the info they needed from Santino, but he tells Sonny that they will discuss all the details later. Sonny reaches into another bucket and pulls out a bottle of Ciroc. He pops the bottle open, slaps his bottle up against Bravo's bottle and he takes a few gulps of the Ciroc. Bravo and Sonny leave the VIP area and head to the dance floor with bottles and blunts in hand. Soon as they get on the floor, the DJ sees them and shouts them out for the entire club to hear. They both looked like the life of the party. Pictures were being taken and everything. Stoney and Ms. Rodriguez remained in the VIP all alone, just the two of them. Stoney sits down next to her and says, "So Ms. Rodriguez, how would your firm feel about you hanging out with a bunch of wild rebel thugs?" She grabs a bottle of hen and opens it up and pours herself a drink. "Well, they wouldn't like that at all. In fact, they would even try to fire me," she says as she takes a sip of her drink. In an angry tone, Stoney says, "Oh word? That shit is unfair. How can they tell you who you're allowed to talk to? You're a grown-ass woman." She laughs and Stoney couldn't help but to laugh with her. She then asks Stoney how his friends would feel if he started dating a high-powered lawyer. "Well, on some real shit, they would be happy because you could help them get out of trouble," replies Stoney as he lights up his blunt. "On some real shit, I really wouldn't care what they thought," says Stoney. Ms. Rodriguez smiles at Stoney and their eyes lock for a few seconds, but it felt like a lifetime. Stoney says in a surprised manner, "I caught that jab you threw in there too." Ms. Rodriguez asks Stoney what he was talking about. "When you said if we were to date," replied Stoney. "Who said that me and you were dating? As I recall, you didn't even want to call tonight a date," says Stoney with a bit of humor. Ms. Rodriguez looks at Stoney and says, "So you're saying that you would turn me down if I were to ask you out?" Stoney blows some weed smoke in the opposite direction of Ms. Rodriguez, then answers her question. "I'm not saying that at all," replies Stoney. She looks Stoney in his eyes and asks him, "Well, what would you say, Stoney?" With his heart pounding 1,000 miles a minute, Stoney tells her that he would say yes. It was like magic, they both leaned in close to one another and engaged in a short passionate kiss. Ms. Rodriguez clears her throat and fixes herself back up. "Oh, and by the way, you can call me Mavia," she says to Stoney as she picks her drink back up. "Mavia, that's a beautiful name," says Stoney. In classic fashion, Sonny and Bravo come stumbling back into the VIP area. They both are drunk and high. They both came back with empty bottles. In a drunk voice, Sonny asks Stoney and his date if they were okay. "No, the question is, are you okay? Nigga, you look twisted," Stoney says as Mavia laughs, holding her hand up to her face. Staggering around, Sonny mumbles, "Yes, I am twisted, and you need to get like me." Sonny stumbles over to the other VIP couch and falls onto it hard. Both Stoney and Mavia laugh at him. Bravo laughs as he stumbles over to Sonny in drunk fashion and helps him get situated on the couch. "Yo nigga, you not driving back home tonight?" Bravo says to Sonny. Bravo tells Sonny that he'll have one of the bouncers that he's cool with drive Sonny's car back home for him. Sonny gets serious as ever and yells out, "I got this, I can drive back home. All I really need is some." Sonny falls asleep on the couch like a baby, right in the middle of his sentence. Mavia asks if Sonny was okay. Stoney and Bravo tell her that he's fine, he just passes out from time to time when he gets too twisted. When he wakes up, he pisses for hours at a time, says Bravo. Mavia frowns her face up and says to Stoney, "I hope you don't do that." Bravo tells Stoney that he's going to go check out with the owner of the club, and once that's done they can get ready to leave. Bravo heads down the stairs to the dance floor once again. Stoney lights his blunt back up and continues to smoke as he keeps an eye on the passed out Sonny. "Since we are an official couple now, would you like to have dinner tomorrow?" "Just the two of us," asks Stoney. With a blushing smile, Mavia tells Stoney that she would love to. She wraps both of her arms around one of Stoney's arms and rests her head on his shoulder as he smokes the rest of his blunt. Within 10 minutes, Bravo comes back up the stairs and picks Sonny up off the couch. Sonny looked like he got knocked out in a fight, his body was so lifeless. Stoney walks over to help Bravo carry Sonny down the stairs and out the club to his car. Bravo and Sonny head out and Stoney and Mavia head back to her house. Unlike Stoney, Mavia actually has to wake up and go to work in the morning. Stoney drops her off at home and he heads back to the west. Stoney pulls off and begins his journey back to his side of town. He takes his gun out of his pants and sits it on his lap the whole time as he drove from the east back to the west. Chapter 17, A Soldier Lost. The fun-filled night for Stoney, Sonny, Bravo, and Mavia last night would be the last time they have fun like that for a while. On the east side, Reaper and TJ are sitting in the car waiting to get their day started. They are going to carry out the order for Mark and JJ. Reaper and TJ are cleaning their guns as they sit in the car talking. Today's agenda for TJ and Reaper was going to the west side and looking for Sonny and Bravo. They have direct orders from Mark to kill both of them on sight. Reaper in an evil voice, "You know what time it is today? Time to do what we really do best." In a shrewd manner, TJ replies, "Yeah, we catch them niggas, and leave them twisted in they V and we mash out." The term V is short for saying vehicle in the streets. Back on the west, Bravo and Sonny are preparing to get ready to execute their plan for today. The guns are ready to go and Sonny and Bravo are eager to get it all over with. "Yo, I had a real good time last night, we need to do that more often," says Bravo. "You sure you two don't need any help?" asks Stoney. Sonny tells him that he will give him a call once everything is done so Stoney can come meet up with them. Stoney lets Sonny and Bravo know that he'll be taking Mavia out to dinner tonight, so just call when they need him. Bravo lets Stoney know that he should enjoy himself and focus on getting to know his date more. "We'll give you a call soon as we finish," says Bravo. He also tells Stoney to tell Mavia that he said hi. Stoney agrees to and tells both Sonny and Bravo to be safe tonight. Sonny and Bravo dap Stoney up and they both depart from the house and hop into the hoop ride. Stoney sits on the couch and lights up a Newport and turns the Xbox on. He looks at the clock on the wall as it reads 4:19 in the afternoon. After about a half hour of playing the game, Stoney powers off the Xbox and turns the TV to ESPN. Sonny and Bravo make their way to the east side once again. Riding in the low-key hoop ride, little do people know that there are two hardened criminals in that car who are on a mission to rob and kill if they have to. You never really know what people are into these days. You can find someone and think that you know them, but in reality, you really don't know anyone if you're not around them all day. It's the same thing as last time. "Run up on him, get what we need and pop him if we have to," says Sonny as he watches the traffic go by from his passenger side window. Bravo bends the corner and now he and Sonny are now on Kinsman, on the east side of Cleveland. Bravo pulls up a few houses down from where the deal is supposed to take place, and they cut the car off and just wait. Bravo pulls a half-smoked blunt from the ashtray and lights it up. Both Sonny and Bravo sit in the car smoking and listening to music as they wait for their next victim to show up. Stoney and Mavia agreed to meet up at one of her favorite restaurants. They took their own cars this time. It's now 7 p.m. and Stoney was supposed to meet her exactly at 7. Mavia is sitting down at her dinner table waiting for Stoney to arrive. The sweet romantic sounds of Spanish music plays as people dine on fine Spanish food. Mavia is dressed in a beautiful red and black dress with black heels. She has a red rose in her hair and she's ready to enjoy her night. She looks at the entrance door, but Stoney doesn't walk through. She shakes her head, then picks up the menu and starts to read it. Stoney finally arrives, and finds his way to Mavia's table. "Good evening, sexy lady," Stoney says in a happy voice as he seats himself at the table with her. The clock turns 7:01 on the dot. "Where have you been and why did it take you so long to get here, Poppy?" Mavia asks with a look of concern. Stoney explains to her how the traffic was a little backed up due to an highway accident. "Whatever you say, pa, hey, look at this," says Mavia as she hands Stoney the restaurant menu. Stoney goes to look at the menu, then immediately looks up at Mavia with a confused look on his face. The restaurant that Mavia had Stoney to meet her at was a Hispanic restaurant. Everything was in Spanish, hell, even the waiters spoke straight Spanish. They spoke more Spanish than they did English, because the majority of their clientele was Spanish. Mavia looked at Stoney and laughed at him. "What's wrong with you, Pa?" asks Mavia, even though she already knew what the problem was. "It's all in Spanish, I can't read it," replied Stoney as he was left feeling dumbfounded. Mavia gently takes the menu out of his hands and says, "Well, looks like I'll be doing all the ordering for us tonight." Stoney sits back into his chair as if what she just said was a major relief to him. "What all do they serve here? They got Philly cheesesteaks?" asks Stoney, hoping to hear a yes answer. Instead of hearing yes, Stoney heard even more laughter come from Mavia. She says to Stoney, "No, Poppy, they only serve Spanish foods here. You know, like tacos, burritos, platanos." Stoney bites his bottom lip and begins to think. "Just order me something that has a lot of cheese, meat, and sour cream, please," Stoney replies. A Spanish waiter walks up to Mavia and Stoney's table. He starts speaking Spanish to Mavia and she speaks it right back to him. She places the order for their food, it looks like, because she was pointing to the menu as she talked to the waiter. Once they were done talking, the waiter kindly took the menu from her and proceeded to walk to the kitchen in the back. It's now almost 7:45 and the waiter comes back with Stoney and Mavia's meals. He sits their plates down in front of them. Stoney looked at his meal as if he saw heaven on his plate. All he saw was the steam rise up from his plate filled with what looked to be lots of chicken, ground beef, rice, peppers, and sour cream. Mavia ordered a plate full of burritos. A bottle of champagne was brought out to their table as well. After a few bites of food, Stoney makes a statement. "I remember where I saw you at now," he says. "Where was that?" replies Mavia as she takes another bite of her burrito. "I was on the porch with my niggas, and you came walking down the street, but you were holding hands with some guy," says Stoney. Mavia tells Stoney that she was talking to her ex named Nick, but they no longer talk nor keep contact with one another. "I let that bitch ass nigga go a long time ago," she says. "Well, he's a stupid ass nigga. He let something walk out of his life that I would never let go of," replies Stoney as he takes another bit of his food. Mavia smiles at Stoney as she looks deep into his eyes. They continue to eat as they enjoy each other's company. Meanwhile, back on the east side, Sonny and Bravo are still waiting on their lick to show up so they can get their job done and over with. Reaper and TJ pull around a corner and slowly roll up the street. Bravo notices the car pulling up beside them. Bravo looks over to see who's in the car, just as Reaper and TJ do the same. From there, TJ keeps going up the street, then turns the corner and parks. "That was them right there," says TJ as he puts the car in park. Reaper cocks his rifle and tells TJ to pull back around so they can get them while they are in sight. "Was that them niggas right there?" asks Sonny with no hesitation. "Nah yo, Santino said that the dealer would be in a green Charger," says Bravo as he continues to look down the street, as he watches the cars that roll by. With a bit of anger in his voice, Sonny asks, "So why the fuck was them niggas looking so hard at us for? Like they know us or something?" Bravo tells Sonny to just stay alert because he has a bad feeling. TJ starts the car back up and he and Reaper hit the corner and drive back down the street Sonny and Bravo were waiting on. Bravo and Sonny both know that the scene isn't right. TJ and Reaper cut their lights off and accelerate towards Bravo and Sonny in their parked car. The car begins to roll towards Sonny and Bravo. Reaper sticks his body out the passenger window and aims over the roof of the car as he and TJ drive towards Sonny and Bravo. Bravo sticks his pistol out the window and shoots at Reaper, but all of his shots miss his moving target. Reaper unloads a full clip from his MP5 into Bravo's car and he and TJ speed away down the street. In a sick and twisted joy, Reaper says to TJ, "Ya nigga, that's how you do that shit." The shots wake up everyone on the small Kinsman Street. You can see lights turn on in a few houses, even a few people peek out their windows to see what all was going on. Bravo's bloody body laid dead in his car, slumped against the wheel. You can hear the horn buzz through the streets as the weight from his body pressed down on the wheel. Sonny pushes Bravo's body off the wheel and back into his seat. Sonny checks to see if his friend is still alive, but he has no pulse. With tears running down his face, Sonny pleads with his now deceased friend to wake up. Sonny shakes Bravo's lifeless body as he cries. Back at the Spanish restaurant, Mavia and Stoney are really having a good time. "So what do you like to do for fun? Do you enjoy watching movies?" asks Mavia. Stoney tells her that he would rather chill at home. "I really enjoy playing baseball or basketball," says Stoney. "Baseball? Well, you're in luck because that is my favorite sport," replies Mavia. She tells Stoney that she has a set of in-house seats to an upcoming game and she suggests that her and Stoney should go watch the Cleveland Indians play. "You should bring your two friends too," she says. Stoney agrees and he and Mavia both toast their champagne glasses and sip. Stoney's cell phone begins to ring. Stoney tells Mavia that he has to take the call right quick. It's Sonny calling Stoney to let him know what just happened. Stoney goes from having a good time to feeling extreme anger and sadness. Stoney hangs up his cell phone and stands up from the table. "Is everything okay?" asks Mavia with a worried look on her face. "No, I really have to go. Something just happened to Bravo and Sonny needs me right now," replies Stoney as he pushes his chair back up to the table. With tears in her eyes, Mavia says to Stoney, "Oh my God, are you serious?" Stoney tells her that he's serious and he really has to leave right now. Before he leaves, he tells her that he's sorry tonight didn't go the way they planned but he'll call her when he has the chance to. Stoney gives Mavia a worried kiss on the cheek, then he leaves. Mavia slams her napkin down into her plate of food, then places the palms of her hands on her forehead and sits there all by herself. She didn't know the details of what happened to Bravo, but she can tell that it was something bad. She now began to worry about Stoney because she didn't want anything to happen to him too. Stoney hopped into his car and punched the dashboard a few times, then began to cry. He pulled out the parking lot as anger ran through his mind, and tears ran down his face. This hurt Stoney way more than failing a test. He could always retake a test, but he could never get his friend Bravo back. Chapter 18, Job Well Done. JJ and Mark are sitting at their business table. They are getting ready to head out to handle some business, but they both have to meet with TJ and Reaper. Mark seems to be in a happy mood today, and you should know why. He thinks that TJ and Reaper took care of his problems with Sonny and Bravo. You can hear the news coming from his plasma screen TV in the background, as he and JJ await the arrival of TJ and Reaper. Okay, so there was a shooting on the west side of Cleveland yesterday, says Mark with a grin. Just hearing that on the news made Mark feel even more joy, because that confirmed that his rivals have been slain. He sent TJ and Reaper over to the west yesterday to take care of some business. Everything is starting to fall into place for Mark, and he likes where everything is headed. JJ replies to Mark, I think we both know what the news is talking about. We know who the shooters and the victims are, he says with a bit of laughter. Mark backs his chair away from the table and stands up. He walks over to his window in the living room and looks outside. You can see kids playing in the streets as the blazing sun hangs over the city. Mark walks away from the window, then he slams his fists onto his royal oak table. His entire mood went from happy and joy, to straight anger and madness. Mark looks at JJ as if he was going to kill him. You see, there is only one problem, JJ, says Mark with anger. JJ looks at his boss as if he was responsible for what happened yesterday. JJ replies to Mark in a subtle tone, and what would that be, he says. With anger in his voice and eyes, Mark tells JJ that there was only one person pronounced dead on the scene. The news only stated that one body was found. Mark and JJ both know that Sonny and Bravo were present during the shooting yesterday, so they both should have been shot and killed. TJ and Reaper pull up to Mark's house and park in his driveway. They hop out their car and walk to the side of his house and ring the door. I'll let them in, JJ says to Mark as he gets up from the table and heads to the side door. Reaper and TJ greet JJ at the door, then walk into the house. Once inside, they all take their seats at the table. TJ and Reaper can tell that there is something wrong with Mark. What's wrong, boss? Asks TJ. Before Mark can open his mouth to respond and let them know what the problem was, JJ tells Mark to sit back and relax because he was going to handle everything. What the fuck happened yesterday? You couldn't even complete the job all the way. One of them is still alive and out there in these streets, yells JJ to his men. With a look of surprise and doubt on their faces, TJ questions his boss. What do you mean, boss? I drove up on their car and had Reaper to spray them up. It was no way they both could have survived, TJ says with a look of concern. Yeah, I emptied the whole clip on them niggas. All 30 bullets went into the car they were in, replies Reaper. JJ hears both TJ and Reaper out, then says to both of them, well, I doubt the news would lie about one body being found on the scene of the murder. They said the body was found laying in the driver's side of a bullet-riddled car on the west side of Cleveland last night. Both TJ and Reaper were silent. They have failed their bosses, and that is something that they never do. JJ explains to his men that they have to go back to the west and finish the job. You see, in the streets, there are things you don't do. If you have a gun on you and you pull it out on someone but don't use it, that marks you for death. If you have beef with people and you try to kill them all but you don't, that marks you for death as well. They all know these vital facts, and that's why JJ is ordering TJ and Reaper to go back and finish the job. We can set the last dude up by sending a decoy to buy drugs from him to sell. We follow the decoy to where the last dude is and we kill him, suggests Reaper. JJ tells Reaper that his plan won't work because it's too easy and it can go wrong at any given time. Instead, TJ suggests that they send some of their customers over to the west. JJ agrees with that plan because it involves multiple people who will encounter Sonny, even though Reaper and TJ don't know which person they killed. Reaper ensures that the job will get done right this time. I'm meeting with Santino today. He got a new shipment of M16s in and I'm about to purchase a few, says Reaper. Reaper and TJ both stand up and shake hands with JJ and Mark. TJ and Reaper head towards the door, then Mark calls their names. TJ, Reaper, says Mark in a low tone. They both turn around to see what their boss wants. Just to let both of you know. If this mission goes wrong, I'll personally kill the both of you myself, then kill Sonny or Bravo right after. Now get the fuck out of my house, yells Mark. Both TJ and Reaper turn back around and head out Mark's house and back to their car. They back out of his driveway with their music blasting and zoom off down the street. Back on the west, Sonny, Stoney, Mavia, and Santino are all sitting around Sonny's living room. You can tell that Stoney and Sonny are hurt by the loss of their friend. Sonny plans his attack against Reaper and TJ. Holding back tears, Sonny says out loud, "I still can't believe Brav is gone. That was my nigga yo, we had a feelin' that something was about to go down." With tears in his eyes, Stoney looks at Sonny and says, "They ain't have to take him from us like that. Shit is fucked up, but they bout to get theirs." Santino lets his crew know that he's going to be meeting with one of the shooters today, Reaper. "I'll get all the info from that clown, then pass it on to you two so you guys can set up and plan your attack," says Santino. Mavia walks over to the chair Stoney is sitting in and she sits on his lap and hugs and kisses him as he wipes the tears from his face. "Well, set everything up, then give us a call when you have all the info," Sonny says to Santino. That made Mavia angry and her pretty Puerto Rican face starts to turn red. "You're not getting my man involved with any of that shit," she yells to Sonny. Stoney tries to calm her down. He wraps his arms around her and kisses her face and tells her to calm down. She breaks free from his arms and stands up. "No, Stoney, fuck that shit. No disrespect, but you already lost one of your friends. God forbid if something happens to you and Sonny," she says as she now stands in the middle of the room. "I appreciate all of your love and care, but I'm not about to let some bitch ass niggas ride on my dude like that," replies Stoney with a tense look on his face. Mavia looks at Stoney as she can see the anger and pain all in his face. It was all over his body, you can feel it when he walked in the room and you could hear it in his voice, just like Sonny. Mavia tells the whole room that justice will be served for their slain friend. She tells Stoney that all he has to do is let the police take care of everything. In the middle of her sentence, Sonny cuts her off by saying, "Nah, fuck that shit, the law don't fuck with niggas like me and Stoney. The cops don't care, all they see is one less drug dealer off the streets." As harsh as that may have sounded, Sonny was right. In reality, the cops only need you for what you can provide for them. If you're a lightweight in crime, they just lock you away. If you're a big timer, they give you passes as long as you can pay them off. Once you pay them off enough, you can only be of value to them behind bars. Mavia shakes her head and says some things in Spanish. "Everything will be fine, baby. Tino about to get the drop for us and me and Sonny will execute our plan." "Simple and plain," Stoney says, trying to comfort his girlfriend. She pushes Stoney away, then continues to talk. "So this is the type of business you run, Stoney? I thought you were different, but I see that you're just another street thug with no future. Do what you want," she says as she walks past Stoney with tears running down her face. Stoney tries once again to comfort his now crying girlfriend, but it doesn't work. "Look, all I gotta say to you is if you get into trouble behind this, don't expect me to help you," Mavia says to Stoney. He then asks her about the down payment he gave her. She tells him that money means nothing to her. She says that she will replace the money that she spent with her next paycheck, and give Stoney all his money back. "You're going to the extreme. Let's just make a deal and we can leave it at that," Stoney says. Stoney tells Mavia to defend him in court if he gets into trouble behind this. He also tells her she can keep all the money and she can walk out of his life forever after the case is done and over with if she wanted to. Mavia looks at Stoney. You can tell she wanted to say something to him, but no words came out. She grabs her purse, car keys, and coat, then slams Sonny's door as she walks out the house. Man, fuck all that love shit, nigga, we gotta put this murder game down for our nigga brav, yells Sonny as he walks over to lock his front door. Sonny walks back over to the couch and sits down. He looks at Stoney and asks him is he down to ride or not. With a sigh, Stoney replies, yeah, you already know I'm down, nigga. Santino lets Sonny and Stoney know that he's going to set everything up for them today once he's done doing his deal with Reaper. Sonny snaps out of his anger and goes back to being sad once again. They sprayed up the whole fucking car, my nigga. My mans took them bullets for me. I ain't get touched not once. I know it's a god up there, my nigga, Sonny says with his hands placed on his forehead. Stoney says out loud, once we do this shit, I'm done with the game for good. Sonny looks up as if Stoney just said something he shouldn't have. What the fuck you mean, replies Sonny. Santino looks at Stoney, awaiting his response. I got enough money to get back into school and live without a job for a minute. Plus I promised Bravo that I would stop this shit once I got enough money to get back into school anyway, yells Stoney. Sonny shakes his head at Stoney, then looks him up and down. Nigga, you a sucker. You really about to let your girl get into your head like that, asks Sonny. Stoney tells him to leave his girl out of the situation, because she had nothing to do with it. I hear you, schoolboy, I hear you. Just make sure that you don't pass out from all the blood, replies Sonny. Stoney pulls out a cigarette from his pack and lights it up as he walks out the front door to go sit outside. Sonny stands up from the couch, looks at Santino, then shakes his head and walks to the kitchen. What a wonderful world we live in, Santino says in a sarcastic manner as he gets up to head into the kitchen with Sonny. Stoney sat outside on the front porch thinking. He was thinking about the loss of his friend Bravo, and how just a few days ago they were all having fun at the club. Stoney thought about Mavia and how they just got into the argument they just had. All of the events were putting Stoney on edge and he was turning into a ticking time bomb. Chapter 19, Sweet Revenge. Later that day, Reaper and TJ are getting ready to meet with Santino, the neighborhood arms dealer, and also a close friend to Sonny, Stoney, and the late Bravo. Situations that end up like this never play out right. It usually ends in even more bloodshed, and that's exactly what both parties want. Reaper and TJ had multiple hideouts and various safe houses all over the East. Right now, they are laying low on 113th in Union, awaiting Santino's phone call. Guns laid across the bed that TJ was sitting on. Money stacked up on the side of the bed, and a set of black gloves and a dirty black mask rested up against the money stacks. Reaper's cell phone rings and he looks at the screen to read the number of the incoming call. It was Santino calling in, checking about the time of their meeting today. This call was a very short and to the point conversation. Price, location, and time were the only things that needed to be discussed. Once that was over with, Reaper and Santino hung up. Reaper and TJ talked about all the things that they were going to do once they got the guns, and how they would lay low and go vacation in another country. These two were the generals for Mark's operation for a reason. These two were cold-blooded killers and Mark and JJ started doing business with them for that reason alone. The gangsters and thugs that work for Reaper and TJ know that they both are killers. That's the reason why they respected and listened to Reaper and TJ. It's now 9 p.m. and Santino has the meeting set up for 10 o'clock sharp tonight. Sonny, Stoney, and Santino gear up for the hell they are about to cause tonight. For the whole day the only thing they could talk about was killing Reaper and TJ, and now Santino finally has everything set up. Pain brings even more pain. This is what keeps the cycle going, because it will never end. Money is not the issue because there are people who are super rich, and they still go out and commit crimes. There are rich people who are just as unhappy as a piss-poor person. The problem rests within society itself. Until our society changes, the cycle will forever repeat. Stoney and Sonny both dress in black hoodies. Usually, Sonny and Bravo used to roll with handguns, but for today's occasion Sonny has more. Sonny puts the clip into his compact Smith & Wesson .45, and puts that in his jacket. He then grabs his Glock 21 and puts that into his pants. He adjusts his pants and hoodie once more, then continues getting geared up. Sonny walks over to the closet in his room and opens it. He pulls out a P90 rifle and smiles. In the other room, Stoney is having all types of thoughts running through his head. He's thinking about the plan and how it can go wrong. He's thinking about his own death, the deaths of his friends, Bravo, his girl, school, and how he now has the money to get back in. Stoney was in too deep right now, he had to swim his way back up. The path and actions that Stoney chose has led him to tonight. What happens to Stoney tonight will be because of his past actions, and if he died tonight, it was his fate. Stoney is zoning in and out with all types of thoughts. He then grabs his more than half-drunken bottle of Hennessy and drinks some more. Once his drink settles, Stoney starts to gear up for tonight's activities. A Glock 22 and 1.357 was the tools of choice by Stoney tonight. This was the first time that Stoney would be put in a position where if he didn't take a life tonight, his would be taken a split second later. Santino was only there to help set up the whole thing, but he too felt the need to pack a pistol as well. His gold 40 calories was his weapon of choice, which rested inside his coat pocket. Sonny walks out his room hoodied up and ready for war. "Yo Stoney, you ready to do this shit, my nigga?" "It's now or never," says Sonny. Stoney zips up his jacket and he feels the zipper bump against the handle of the gun in his pants. "Hell yeah, I'm ready, let's get this shit done and over with," replies Stoney with no emotion in his voice. All three men walk out the house and hop into Santino's Chevy Tahoe. Once inside, Santino gives Sonny and Stoney the drop and how it's going to be done. "Once we get on their side of town, I'ma ride past they house so you know where it is, then I'ma drop you and Stoney off so you two can get into position," says Santino. Sonny suggests that he and Stoney creep around the side of their house and wait by the side door. Once they are in position, Santino will call Reaper and TJ and tell them to come to the side of their house. Once they come outside, that's when me and Sonny rush them guns drawn and force them niggas back into the crib, says Stoney. Just like everybody else, Stoney has made poor decisions in his life, and tonight was the perfect example. Most of the time, people do horrible things because they feel they have a plan to get away with it, and most of the time the plans never work. Once the plan was fully discussed, Santino and his crew head out from the west, all the way to Union to meet up with Reaper and TJ. It's now 9:54 p.m. and they arrive on 113th in Union. It's now or never. It's nighttime, no one is walking on the street, and only two cars rolled by. Sonny and Stoney pull the strings on their hoodies and make their hoods close over their faces. They both hop out the truck and quickly cross the street and walk up to Reaper and TJ's house. Once they position themselves on the side of the house, Santino makes the call. Reaper looks out the window to see if anyone is on the street. He sees nothing. The tinted orange street lights lit up the dirty sidewalk, filled with trash and broken glass. Santino actually parked at the very beginning of their street so Reaper and TJ wouldn't be able to see his truck if they looked out the window. "I hope this nigga hurry the fuck up," says the impatient Reaper. The cell phone goes off. It's Santino calling. TJ reaches onto the nightstand and answers the phone. Tino tells TJ that he's outside. He tells TJ that he wants him and Reaper to come get in the truck and he'll show them everything. TJ said that he would make the purchase for the both of them. Santino didn't want to bring the naked guns into the house because that would mess the plan up. TJ heads down the stairs to go meet Santino in his truck. TJ still has the phone in his hand. He opens up the door and all hell breaks loose. Sonny grabs the now opened door and rushes TJ back into the house, gun drawn. Stoney follows up right behind Sonny, closing the door. Sonny presses the tip of his gun between TJ's eyes as Stoney places his Glock 22 against TJ's stomach. "Where the fuck is ya boy Reaper?" demands Sonny. Sonny walks up the stairs and into the living room. Stoney takes TJ hostage and keeps his .357 pressed to TJ's back as he walks him up the stairs and into the living room. Sonny yells to the top of his lungs for Reaper. "Where the fuck are you, ho-ass nigga?" screams Sonny. With a smirk on his face, TJ says, "All three of you niggas are dead. You, him, and Santino." Stoney slaps TJ 3 times in the face with his gun, making him fall to the floor with a bloody face. Blood stains the dirty wooden floor in the living room. Stoney picks TJ up by his shirt, then continues to hold him hostage as they wait for Reaper. Reaper comes walking down the stairs with 2 guns in his hands, both pointed in Sonny and Stoney's direction. With no remorse in his voice, Reaper says, "I'm happy that both of you are here. I can kill both of you and get this shit out the way." Stoney and Sonny now have one gun pointed at TJ, and the other gun pointed at Reaper. "You killed my homie, now I gotta return the favor," replies a now extremely tense Sonny. Reaper laughs at Sonny as if he just told the funniest joke in the world. "Since you miss him so much, how about I send you niggas to go rest with him," yells Reaper. Reaper shoots at Sonny and Stoney but misses while Sonny takes cover while returning fire. One of the bullets Reaper shot at Stoney hits TJ in his lower ribs, but he doesn't die, he just falls onto the floor bleeding. Stoney uses him as a human shield. Sonny and Stoney shoot it out with Reaper, exchanging shots like it was a old western. Sonny shoots off 5 shots in a row, and one catches Reaper in the throat. Reaper's eyes instantly get big as he drops his gun and falls to his knees. You can hear the gurgling sounds Reaper makes as he bleeds and suffers from lack of oxygen. Sonny walks over to Reaper's body and looks at him in his eyes as he suffers and then dies. Stoney looks at TJ as he lays on the ground suffering from his bullet wound. TJ, now on the ground in horrible pain, looks at Sonny and Stoney with blood in his eyes. "Fuck you and that nigga Bravo," TJ says with a smile as blood dripped out of his bloody mouth and onto the floor. Sonny turns towards Stoney with death in his eyes and firmly says to Stoney, "Kill this motherfucker so we can dip out of here." Stoney turns towards TJ as he laid on the ground. Mavia's voice ran through Stoney's head, then old memories of Bravo. Stoney closed his eyes as he pointed both of his guns towards TJ. He squeezed the guns as fast as he could. Sonny yelled at Stoney and said it was time to go. Stoney looked at the now slain TJ as he laid on the ground dead with his eyes and mouth open. Blood was all over the living room. The walls, floor, and furniture were now stained with the blood of the 2 men responsible for killing Bravo. Sonny and Stoney run back down the stairs to the side door and back outside to Santino's truck. They run back across the street to the truck and hop in. Santino smashes on the gas and they shoot back up the street and around the corner. "Nigga, that's what I'm talking about, that's how you put that murder game down," Sonny says with excitement in his voice. "I told you that I had you with the info. Bravo was my nigga too, shit had to go down tonight," replies Santino. As his friends talked about what just happened, Stoney was dying on the inside. He just took the life of a living person. After all the violence, there was nothing that could be done to bring Bravo back to life, nothing. Stoney tried to not think about it, but all he could see was TJ's dead body and all the blood. It was tonight that really scared Stoney the most. He now felt that he would be next and he would never have the chance to make his life right. Chapter 20, She Loves Me. It's now 3 days after the shootings of Reaper and TJ. Mark and JJ are at a loss, just as Sonny and Stoney are. Stoney hasn't called or talked to Mavia since the night of the shootings. He has been extra depressed as of late. Sonny is normal as ever. He has no problem with death and murder. He feels that he's going to die by being killed due to his lifestyle, so death doesn't bother him anymore. As for today, Mavia is busy at work at the lawyer's firm. She thinks about Stoney a lot, and she thinks back to when they got into that fight a few days ago. Stacks of papers sit on her desk, and a hot cup of coffee rests within her hands as she reads The Plain Dealer. She sees on the front page an article about a shooting that took place on the East Side. She reads to see that 2 black males were murdered at a house, and the police say that it was either drug or gang related due to how the murders were. Mavia then gets a weird feeling in her stomach. She instantly starts to think about Stoney and her heart starts beating nervously in her chest. There is a brief knocking at her office door, and a lady walks in. Kathy Grimfire, Mavia's head boss, walks into her office. Kathy is a mother of 4. She's in her early 50s. She has on a thick pair of glasses, a gray blazer, short black heels and a business dress. Too much perfume smells horrible on any female, but Kathy didn't think so. Ms. Rodriguez, do you have a few minutes you could spare at the moment? Kathy asks as she looks at Mavia. Sure, Mrs. Grimfire, is there something wrong? Asks Mavia, trying to sound as professional as she could. Mrs. Grimfire goes on to tell Mavia that she heard about the shooting that took place on the East a few nights ago. She slow goes on to tell Mavia that rumors are starting to spread about her at the firm now. You see, I heard from different people at the firm and different police who got leads on the situation. From what I heard, it's a high possibility that your client was involved in the shooting that took place, says Kathy. With a look of total shock, Mavia drops her hot cup of coffee onto the notes on top of her desk. She quickly grabs the cup and moves the undamaged notes out the way. After getting herself situated, Mavia replies back to her boss, well, I have a lot of clients, Mrs. Grimfire, so I really don't have a clue who you could be talking about. I just had a client in here a few hours ago, and 3 clients yesterday, Mavia says. Kathy looks at Mavia and gives her a foolish look. She walks up to Mavia as she sits in her seat behind her desk and says, oh, you have no clue, huh? Well, how about I give you some hints then? He's a flashy person, who hangs out with no good people, and one of his friends got shot and killed not even a month ago, yells Kathy. Mavia's heart falls down to her stomach. She now knows that Kathy knows. Kathy knew that Mavia had been talking to Stoney for a while now, and she also knows that he was involved with the shooting on the East Side. Mavia's job is now at risk because of it, and she's now hopeless to the power that Kathy has over her in the lawyer's firm. Mavia tries to play it off by telling Mrs. Grimfire that she or the police have no clue of what they're talking about. Kathy laughs at her sarcastically and says, so this is the type of game you want to play with me? I know that you and this guy have been talking, and I'm not referring to on the phone in this office, replies Kathy. Kathy puts the pressure on Mavia and says, I know you have some clue as to what happened. Mavia sticks to her story of not knowing who this person was, and Kathy decides to leave her alone. Okay, you can get back to your work. Just remember, Ms. Rodriguez, you're better than these criminals who run these streets. I would hate to see you go down with a loser. Ask yourself, is it really worth it? Is he worth losing your whole entire career for, says Kath as she walks out of Mavia's office. Mavia cusses at Kathy in Spanish once she is gone from her office. She takes the notes on her desk that got the coffee spilled on them and she slaps them off her desk onto the floor. She folds her arms and puts her head down onto her desk and starts to cry. All she could think about was Stoney. She knew that he was involved in the shooting, but she didn't know if he was alive or not. Back at Mark's house on the East Side, he and JJ are having a bosses meeting. JJ and Mark are sitting down at the business table. They both have pistols sitting in front of them. Mark fires up his cigar and begins the meeting. This whole situation is out of fucking hand. Everything is going wrong, says Mark. JJ replies, this shit makes no sense to me. We organized everything to take Sonny out. They were meeting with the gun dealer to get some new guns for the job. Mark looks at JJ as if a light bulb flashed above his head. That is the only thing that's hard for me to understand, says an angry Mark. JJ asks him what he meant by that. I'm saying that this sounds like a setup. It feels like somebody knew what was going on and let Sonny know, replies Mark. In the street game, you have to be very careful who you deal with. You might be able to get the drop on someone, but they can easily do the same to you. Mark and JJ basically put the puzzle together. How do you know Sonny had something to do with the murders? I mean, I wouldn't put it past this nigga, but all of that seemed too easy, JJ says. Mark puts his cigar out in his ashtray and says, exactly what I'm saying. You see, to me all of that sounds like a setup. They both were killed in the same place at the same time. JJ finally understands where Mark was going with all this. They both agree that the gun dealer was the last person who probably talked to Reaper and TJ before they were killed. The plan now was to get in touch with the gun dealer. You see, if he was responsible for all of this, that motherfucker is gonna dodge all of our calls. We won't be able to get him over here, says Mark. JJ stands up, grabs his gun and begins to pace around back and forth as he smokes. I'll just hook one of my workers up to meet with the gun dealer, and we kidnap him and then bring him back here, suggests Mark. JJ agrees to the plan and starts to call one of the workers. Mark says that once they kidnap the gun dealer, they are going to make him give up vital information on Sonny. Mark wants to hurt Sonny each and every way he can before he kills him. JJ and Mark discuss how they plan to tip the police off and have them raid various spots and blocks where Sonny hustles. They talk about taking over all of Sonny's old blocks once they get him out the way. Mark's whole plan is to have the east and west sides of Cleveland locked down with the drugs. He wants to make money all over the city of Cleveland. JJ breaks the mood of the conversation by saying, to get onto another subject, I really do miss the boys. Even though Reaper was a crazy hot-headed nigga, he put that work in and laid niggas under the dirt when I needed him to. Mark goes on to say, yeah, I liked him and TJ. TJ was my favorite though, he was more of a thinker than Reaper was. All of that will be taken care of soon enough. The city has seen so much violence within the past few months. You had a group of 3 close friends, now reduced to 2 because of violence. In the last month, 3 lives were taken all because of drugs and dirty money. This is what I mean about our society. Until we change our ways and habits in society, the cycle will always have room to repeat. Even though lives have been lost, the sad truth of the matter is many more will also be lost, it was only a matter of time. Chapter 21, Bad for Business. With Mark and Sonny's teams both at a loss, there was nothing left but more violence. Each side was trying to even the score until one walked away with the win. In this case, the win consisted of total elimination of the other team so drug turf could be claimed. Mark had the money and power to see to it that he walked away as the victor. Sonny had the money, power, and gun connect to help ensure his chances of victory were as high as can be. Santino, Sonny, and Stoney are chilling in the kitchen at Sonny's house. They are talking about what they pulled off a few nights ago. Stoney and Sonny are cleaning their guns, then they put them down for a minute. They shift their attention to the TV sitting on top of the counter in the kitchen. Fox 8 News in playing another segment about the East Side murders that took place. From the details of our sources, this murder was indeed a drug-related crime. The horrific scene inside the house on 113th in Union has to be one of the most disturbing and most brutal murders the city of Cleveland has ever seen, says the reporter on the TV screen. All 3 men continue to watch on as the reporter keeps adding details to the report. Stoney couldn't help but to get nervous. Usually when your crime is big enough to make it to the local news, it then starts to receive national news coverage as well. Sonny turns the TV to ESPN, picks his gun up and continues to clean it. They ain't gonna catch us, says Sonny as he cleans the barrel of his gun. Ever since the night of the murders, Stoney's mind has been running crazy. All he can see when he closes his eyes was TJ and Reaper's shot up bodies laying in their own blood. The sounds that they made before they died ran through Stoney's head all day. It was to the point where he didn't even sleep, literally. Stoney would stay up all day and night. If he felt himself getting sleepy, he would drink at least 7 energy drinks just to stay up. Consuming that many energy drinks in one day is very unhealthy for anyone, but Stoney didn't care. Sonny turns to the emotionally disturbed Stoney and asks, "Stoney, you been mad quiet lately. Everything alright with you, my nigga?" Stoney focuses his bloodshot eyes on Sonny and replies to him with anger. "Nah yo, I been thinking about everything. Bravo, my shorty, this shit is out of hand, my nigga." Stoney goes on to say, "You think this shit is a fucking joke? Our lives are on the line now. Either the streets and gonna kills us, or the police will, no in-betweens." Sonny lays his gun back down onto the table. "Listen here, I been doing this shit way back before your nuts dropped, lil nigga," yells Sonny. "I know what the fuck I'm doing out in these streets. You know what, Bravo was right this whole time, you should have just took ya ass back to school. You too pussy for this street shit," Sonny says in a disrespectful manner. Stoney gets up from his side of the table and rushes over to Sonny and punches him in the face. Sonny takes the hit like it was nothing, wraps his arms around Stoney's legs and lifts him up off the ground. Stoney punches Sonny in the top of his head and face repeatedly, but they have no effect on Sonny. Glass cups, guns, and money get knocked to the floor as Stoney struggled to break free. The glass cups shatter on the ground as Sonny slams Stoney to the hard linoleum kitchen floor. The wind gets knocked out of Stoney as Sonny stands over him. Sonny kneels down on top of Stoney to deliver a few punches to his face, but Santino rushes over and pushes Sonny off of Stoney. "What the fuck is wrong with you niggas? We all on the same side," screams the now tense Santino. "This nigga is pussy dog, point blank," replies Sonny as he stands up and walks out the kitchen with a smirk on his face. Santino helps Stoney up off the floor and sits him down into a chair at the kitchen table. Stoney sits at the table with his hands on his head, shaking in anger and frustration. "Tino man, I'm done with this shit, I'm done," says Stoney in a shaken tone. Santino picks up the guns and money, and set them back onto the table. After Stoney gathers himself, he walks out the kitchen and to his room. He closes the door and his blinds. He reaches into his top dresser drawer, and pulls out a pistol. He takes a loose bullet laying on top of the dresser and places it into the gun. All he could think about was how he became a monster. All he could see was Bravo, his girl, and Sonny. Stoney places the gun against his temple and closes his eyes. Tears ran down his face as he starts to breath heavy and fast, trying to prepare himself to take his life. Before he can pull the trigger, his cell phone goes off. He takes the gun away from his head to see who was calling him. It was his girlfriend Mavia, who he didn't talk to for the past few days. "Poppy, are you okay? I didn't know if you were dead or alive," she says. Stoney puts his gun down and clears his throat. "Yes baby, I'm fine. I just been layin' low, tryin' to keep a low profile," replies Stoney. He was trying to hide from Mavia that all of this has been eating him alive and he wanted to end it all. She lets him know that word around town is he and Sonny are the key shooters. "Even my fucking boss knows, Poppy, I'm just so worried about you," she says sincerely. Stoney and Mavia talk for about 10 minutes before her work break ended. After the conversation, Stoney walks out of his room and to the living room where Sonny and Santino are. Sonny apologizes to Stoney and Stoney does the same. "Now that's what I'm talking about, it's all love," says Santino with a smile. Stoney sits down onto the couch and gives the news to his friends. "It's all bad right now. Word is spreadin' in the streets so fast," says Stoney. Whoa, what you mean word is spreadin'?" "Don't nobody know nothin'," replies Sonny. Stoney tells Sonny and Santino what Mavia just told him on the phone. "Yo, are you serious?" "How the fuck?" replies a now confused Sonny. Stoney lights up a blunt sitting on the table and begins to smoke. "She just sounded mad worried about us. Yo, I'm done with this shit altogether, Sonny. I told you once we did that last thing, I was getting out," says Stoney. Stoney passes the blunt to Sonny as he coughs out heavy weed smoke. "Oh, so you think that if you stop all of this and get back into school, you'll be okay and safe?" asks Sonny. Stoney tells him that his future can still be bright, he has to leave the street life alone in order for that to happen. "Yo, I'm getting sick of hearing about your future, nigga. We in the present right now, ya dig? You gotta make it today in order to see tomorrow, so fuck the future," says a now tense Sonny. Trying to add words of reason to the conversation, Santino says, Yo, calm down. It's good that we know they onto us so we can expect some shit now." Stoney tells his crew that he's going to be moving in with his girlfriend and lay low until it all blows over, if it does blow over. Sonny lets Santino and Stoney know that he'll be moving out to Westlake. Stoney looks at Sonny and laughs at him. "Westlake? Nigga, they would point you out so fast," says Stoney. "Yeah, Sonny, you would stick out like a sore thumb. They would arrest you out there, and ship ya ass back here to Cleveland," says Santino while laughing. Sonny passes the blunt to Santino. "Fuck both of you niggas, no homo. Look, as long as we vacate this spot for a minute, we'll avoid any raids if the narcs wanna run up in here on us," replies Sonny in a serious voice. After the crew discuss their plans of getting away and avoiding the police, Santino has to make a run. Today is the day he makes another sell to a client and he can't miss his appointment. "Well, we all ahead of the game right now. We all in this together. Let's just try to stay in front of the situation. I gotta get ready to slide and meet up with my client. Holla at you niggas a little later," says Santino. Santino shakes hands with Sonny and Stoney, then departs from their house. Sonny and Stoney walk back into the kitchen they almost destroyed. They both clean up the kitchen then sit back down at the table. They light up another blunt and continue to smoke as they continue cleaning their guns. Later that day, Santino pulls up to his designated location to meet his client. There is a car sitting in the back of the old run-down buildings where Tino is parked. A man hops out the already parked car and makes his way over to Santino's truck. The client for today goes by the street name of Max. Max was the decoy sent by Mark and JJ to set up the gun dealer who was Santino. "What's goody with you, my dude?" asks Max as he hops into the truck. Santino asks his client if he had everything in order. This means, was all the money there? "Yeah, all the money is here, I'm just waiting on the guns, ya dig," replies Max in a calm tone. "Well, once I count up the money, we can get this deal done and over with," replies Santino. Max hands Santino his money and Santino begins to count it. He doesn't notice that there were two other men sitting inside Max's car. Max pulls out a gun and sticks it to Santino's ribs. Santino froze up with instant fear. He's alone in a truck full of guns and money, with a client who has a gun placed to him. Situations like this never play out right, never. "Fuck all that shit, my bosses need to holla at you nigga. Unlock them doors now," demands Max. Santino presses the button on his console to unlock all the car doors. JJ and Mark hop out of Max's car and get into the back seat of Santino's car. "So I finally get to meet the man responsible for putting the heat out in these cold Cleveland streets," says Mark in a humorous manner. Trying to stay calm and collected, Santino says to Mark, "What the fuck do you want with me? If it's guns you want, you can have them shits, yo." Mark tells Santino that he heard in the streets that he knew who killed TJ and Reaper, and that's why he's meeting with him now. Santino denies everything that Mark says to him, even though it was all true. "I admire how courageous you are, but I can guarantee you all of that will change. JJ, hop back in Max's whip and follow us back to the spot," demands Mark. JJ hops out of Santino's truck and gets into Max's car. Now it's Santino in his truck with Max in the passenger side, and Mark in the back seat. In a calm and relaxing tone, Mark says to Santino, "Now do as I say and you'll be fine. Follow my directions and drive to where I tell you." "Understood." Tino takes a deep breath and replies back to Mark, "Yeah man, I understand." You can hear the gravel kick up as Santino pulls off in his truck, following Mark's orders. JJ pulls off right behind them. Mark makes Santino drive him back to his house, on the east. Little does Santino know that today would be the last time he ever makes a business meeting again in his life. Once they get into Mark's driveway, Max and JJ snatch Santino out his truck and take him into Mark's house. They force Santino down into the dark basement. Max slaps Santino in the back of his head with the gun. Santino stumbles down the last few stairs and falls onto the cold floor. Max rushes behind him to try and kick Santino, but Santino uses his chubby frame to rush Max into the wall. JJ and Mark swarm onto Santino, punching and kicking him. Max recovers and joins in as well. After about 5 to 6 minutes, Santino laid stretched out on the floor, barely breathing. After they finished beating him bloody, they tie him to a chair. It is now that Santino knows that even if he was to snitch, he would be killed anyway. The code of the streets is what kept the team loyal and together. Santino wasn't about to break that code, even if it meant he would die. With blood all in his eyes, Tino can see a blurred person walking up to him. It was Mark. Now this is where your life comes into play. You tell me what I need to know, and you'll live. You go against me and lie to me, then you die, says Mark. Karma catches up to you when you least expect it to. The last thing Santino was expecting to do was to get kidnapped during a sell. Stoney and Sonny's lives now rested in Santino's bloody hands. It was only a matter of time before things got worse, and that time was right around the corner. Chapter 22, Rules of Engagement. Stoney and Sonny finished packing all their things. They both are chilling in their soon-to-be old living room. Stoney is waiting for Mavia to arrive so she can pick him up. Stoney and Sonny sit around the damn near empty room, smoking and eating. Today seemed like a good day. They were about to finally leave. They were relocating in hopes of trying to avoid the streets and the police. Everything is taking a change for the better right now. We about to slide out of here and get low, says Sonny. Stoney walks over to the living room window and looks out of it. He sees cars slowly moving past, and various people walking up and down the street, but no Mavia in sight. I just wish she would hurry up so I get out of here, says an impatient Stoney. 20 minutes later, which seemed like a lifetime to Stoney, Mavia pulls up to Sonny's house in her blue BMW M3 coupe. Stoney looks out the window once again and sees his girlfriend. A smile of joy comes across his face. Let me guess, your future wife is here now, right? Asks Sonny with a hint of sarcasm. Mavia gets out of her car, walks up to the house and rings the doorbell. Sonny opens the door and there stands Mavia. Sonny lets her in and she walks over to Stoney and gives him a big hug. It's been almost 2 weeks since she last saw Stoney. She asks Stoney if he's ready to go and he tells her he's been ready. Mavia grabs the smallest bags of Stoney's that she can find, and takes them to her car. Stoney grabs 3 huge bags all at once and staggers out the door with them. You need some help? Asks Sonny. Stoney tells Sonny that he's fine and he can handle it. Sonny follows Stoney outside. Okay, Mr. Muscle Man. Yo, you heard from Santino, replies Sonny. Yo, it's funny you ask because I ain't hear from him in like 3 or 4 days. That's not like him, replies Stoney. A bit of concern now fills the air as they think about their friend. All I remember him saying was he had a new client to meet with, and we ain't hear from him since, says Sonny in a worried tone. Mavia asks Stoney if everything is okay. He tells her that he doesn't know, but they should continue to pack so they can get ready to leave. Sonny walks back into the house, then comes out with 2 more of Stoney's bags. "Fuck what you saying, nigga, I'm helping too," Sonny says to Stoney as he puts the 2 bags into Mavia's trunk. Sonny, Stoney, and Mavia all take bags out to the car and pack them in the back seat and the trunk. After everything is all packed, Sonny and Stoney share a few words before departing. Sonny daps Stoney up and says to him, "Make sure you call me when you get settled in. Our business is far from done." "Yeah, I will, my nigga, but I told you I'm through with all that other shit," Stoney replies. Sonny doesn't even listen to what Stoney says. "Nigga, just makes sure you call me when you get settled," Sonny says again. Sonny and Stoney shake hands once more, then Stoney hops into Mavia's car and they pull off. Sonny just stands outside of his home and watches as Stoney and Mavia turn the corner as she honks her horn at Sonny. Stoney and Mavia ride off into the Cleveland streets, leaving Sonny alone in front of his soon-to-be vacant house. Meanwhile, back at Mark's home, Santino has been held hostage for a few days now. Tino is still tied to the same chair, with the same blood-stained clothes on. He hasn't ate a meal since he was kidnapped. Mark would give him water from time to time, just to keep him alive. Mark turns on the lights in the basement and it hurts Santino's eyes. Mark pulls up a folding chair and sits it down right in front of Tino. "So you sure this is where Sonny lives?" asks Mark. Santino tells him that he is positive. "Well, I'ma have the boys run up in his spot and raid it. If he's not there, then kiss your ass goodbye," Mark says. Santino looks at Mark with 2 black eyes and says, "Yo fam, he'll be there. My nigga broke both of his legs almost a week ago, so he don't have no choice but to stay at home," replies Santino. Mark stands up from the chair, folds it back up and places it against the wall. "Okay, we'll see how much you value your life," Mark says as he turns the basement light back off and heads back upstairs. Santino sits in the dark basement yet again. He told Mark that Sonny would be at his house on the west. Tino really did give Mark the right information, but Tino knew that Stoney and Sonny would not be there. Last time Santino was with them, they discussed how they would go to different places and hide out. The conversation Santino had with Mark would be his very last conversation for the rest of his life. Santino gave his life to help save Sonny and Stoney's. You live by the streets, you die by the streets. It's now around 6:15 p.m. and Stoney is at his new house, Mavia's house. Stoney has all of his things unpacked and he, Mavia and her 2-year-old son are chilling on the couch in the living room watching TV. 3 plates of food sit on the little coffee table in front of them. "So what do you think about my house?" Mavia asks Stoney with a smile on her face. "I like it a lot." "This is very nice," replies Stoney as he looks around. He sees a wall full of beautiful paintings, all ranging from $1500 to $25,000 in value. He turns to the right to see a large bookcase filled with all types of books from top to bottom. "I see that you like to read a lot," he says as he takes another bite of his steak. "I really enjoy reading, it helps me to escape this crazy world," Mavia replies. Mavia looks at her son and asks him if he's done eating. He nods his little head and climbs down off of the couch. Mavia gets up and walks over to him and picks him up. She then grabs his now empty plate and they both walk into the kitchen. Stoney hangs his head and closes his eyes. All he can think about is what's been going on in his life for the past few months. Mavia comes walking back into the living room. "Hey Poppy, I'm going to go put the little one to bed," she says. Stoney tells her okay, and she heads up the stairs. Stoney finishes his last bites of potatoes and steak, then grabs his plate and walks into the kitchen. Her kitchen was plush. You can tell that she spent a nice piece of change for the kitchen alone. He makes his way to the sink and rinses out his dishes, then puts them in the sink. As he walks out the kitchen, she walks back down the stairs. Mavia walks up to Stoney and puts both of her arms around his neck, and begins to kiss him. I missed you so much. I was so worried about you, she says as Stoney stares into her pretty brown eyes. I missed you too, I just had mad things to take care of in a little amount of time, replies Stoney. I understand Poppy, I'm just happy you're here with me now, says Mavia. Stoney puts his hands on her hips and says, that's where I plan on being for a long time. Mavia breaks into a huge smile and kisses Stoney once more, but this time for longer and with more compassion. Stoney and Mavia walk back over to the couch and sit back down. She rests up against him and they cuddle as they watch TV. Mavia is really happy to have Stoney by her side again, but even happier to know where he is, and that's not in the streets. It's now around 9 p.m. and it's time to get ready to call it a night. It is only Thursday and Mavia has work in the morning. Stoney and Mavia both head upstairs. I'm about to take a shower, says Stoney as he grabs a fresh pair of boxers and an undershirt from the bag of clothes he packed. He walks down the long hallway and into the huge bathroom. The shower alone has enough room for 8 people to fit inside of it and stretch their arms out and still have room. He grabs a towel and rag, then undresses. Stoney then turns the shower water on and hops in. The steamy hot water bounces off his body and he takes a deep breath in, then starts to relax. This was the most relaxed he has been in months. The door to the bathroom opens. Stoney wipes his hand across the foggy glass shower door to see who it was. It's Mavia in a robe. She pulls the robe open and exposes her naked body. Stoney just looks on as the water runs against him. She tosses the robe onto the floor and slides open the shower door. I hope you don't mind if I join you, says Mavia. Stoney grabs her by the waist and pulls her now wet body against his. They both begin to kiss. Stoney picks her up and presses her up against the shower wall. She wraps her legs around him as he slides himself into her. She lets out a passionate moan as she feels Stoney go deep into her. Stoney pounds Mavia's pussy as she bites down on her bottom lip. The shower turns into a sexual fantasy for the both of them. 30 minutes later, Mavia lets out a loud moan and some Spanish words as she orgasms. Stoney ends up coming inside of her, then he pulls out. They wash each other up, then get out the shower and dry off. From there, they head back to the master bedroom and lay down together in bed. Remember earlier when you told Sonny that you're done with that life? Asks Mavia. Stoney tells her yes. Mavia then goes on to say, I hope that you really mean what you said. Baby, I hate the things that you do in the streets. It's almost like you're a monster with no soul. Mavia rests her head on Stoney's chest. Baby, I tried my best to do things as right as I could. I made mad mistakes, but those mistakes got me where I am today. I'm about to be back on the right path now, mommy. I'm done with that life, replies Stoney as he wraps his arm around her. I hear you, baby, and I believe you 100%, but it's just not that easy, pa. It's really not, Mavia replies. Stoney kisses her forehead then says, as long as I stick to my initial plans, everything will be good, baby. Stoney goes on to say, I'll just lay low for a while. Once everything blows over, I'm back into college and moving on with my new life, and I want you to be a part of that. Mavia smiles and grabs Stoney's hand then kisses it. Baby, I'm going to stick by your side no matter what. I'm here to ride to the end, Poppy, she says. Mavia falls asleep in Stoney's arms. The whole night, Stoney was being haunted by the demons of his past. As the moonlight shined through the bedroom window, tears ran down his face as he thought about everything once again. It's now 1:37 in the morning and Stoney manages to finally fall asleep. The streets have a hold of him, even without him being in the streets. Once you enter the game, the streets decides when and how you quit. Stoney knew that before he got involved, he just didn't know how serious it would be, especially once one of his closet's friends ended up getting murdered. Chapter 23, Start to Their End. The funeral for Bravo is taking place today. Sonny and Stoney are in hiding, so they can't even attend it if they wanted to. Bravo would have understood if he was alive. Even though a funeral is taking place, the beef is still cooking in the streets. Not only does Sonny and Stoney have to watch out for Mark and his crew, but they also have to watch out for the law. Nonetheless, it was a sad day. In attendance in the front row was Bravo's soon-to-be wife. She and Bravo were planning on getting married in August. You can see the hurt and pain in her face as the preacher talks about her now slain husband. Bravo's family members that chose to stay in touch with him attended the funeral. His mom and pops wanted nothing to do with him when he became a troubled teen. They kicked him out and Bravo was forced to fend for himself. This is where he learned how to become so evil and mean. He had to hustle to feed himself, and that's exactly what he did. You see, unlike Sonny, Bravo felt regret in his heart for the way he came up. He didn't like that he stole from people or pushed drugs, but at the time he had no choice. The church organ cried out as one of the church members played his life away. And laying in this casket is not a street thug, but a child of the Lord. A child who lost his way and lost his faith in Jesus, the pastor preaches. Even though a lot of Bravo's family didn't show up, many people from the neighborhood filled the church. They came out of respect for Bravo, Sonny, and Stoney. Everyone in the hood knew the three of them for always being together. Men and women both cried as the preacher preached about the late Bravo. If you want to make a change in life, you must put forth the effort to make those changes, says the pastor over the mic. One person who was in attendance was Magic, the corner store owner. Once the preacher was done, he told everyone that they could do the final viewing on the body. Magic walked up to the casket that Bravo rested in and breaks down. Tears fall from his eyes as he rests his hand on Bravo, for the final time. The organ played on as everyone made their way to Bravo's casket to pay their respects. From the church, they all head to the cemetery where Bravo will be laid to rest. The whole time, Mark got word of the funeral through the local newspaper. He had one of his workers attend the funeral and the burial, just to ensure everything was final. He also wanted the worker to attend just in case Sonny decided to show up as well. Around 5:11 p.m., Mark's cell phone rings. It's his worker who he sent out to attend Bravo's funeral. "Yeah boss, it's a done deal," says the worker. Mark sits back in his chair and continues to talk. "Any sign of Sonny?" Mark asks. His workers tells him not at all. Mark hangs up the phone and walks down into the basement. Once in the basement, Mark tells Santino about the funeral. "They laid your boy to rest today," Mark says to Santino as he turns the basement lights on. Santino gives Mark a look of anger. Mark pulls the metal folding chair from up against the wall and unfolds it. He places the chair in front of Santino and sits down. "Now it's your turn," replies Mark. He scans through his smartphone and dials the crooked police officer he hired a few days ago. The police officer had his team in position to raid Sonny's house. Mark put the police officer on speakerphone so Santino could hear the full conversation. "Okay, do what the hell I paid you to do," yells Mark to the officer. The officer gives the signal for his boys to raid the house. One officer runs up the front porch and hits the front door with the battering ram. The door folds in a bit but doesn't break. He hits the door again once more and it crumbles. 9 police officers in full gear rush into the house. All Santino could do was listen as the officers raided Sonny's empty house. Santino knew that he was going to die, he just wished that his body would be able to be found. Room clear," shouts one of the officers. "Chavez, go secure the upstairs," commands the lead officer being paid by Mark. Chavez rushes upstairs, gun drawn. The 9-man team turn Sonny's house inside out, and find nothing. "There's no one here, sir," replies one of the officers to the captain. "Suspects are not here, Mark," the captain says over the phone. Mark hangs up the cell phone in anger, then slides it back into his pants pocket. Mark looks at Santino with anger all over his face. Mark lifts up his shirt and pulls out a gun. He beat Santino in the face with it repeatedly. "I told you what was going to happen to you if you lied, boy," Mark shouts as he continues to hit Santino with the gun. Santino was hopeless and helpless. He was somewhere on the east side and couldn't make his way back to the west. His car was gone, and so was his guns. One of his friends just got buried and his other friends were in hiding. "Fuck you, cocksucker," mumbles Santino as he fades in and out of consciousnesses. A couple of his teeth fall out during the attack. His blood is all over the floor once again. Tino was looking like he was ready to die. Mark laughs at Santino's remark. He then reaches into his pocket once more and pulls out a silencer. He twists the silencer into the barrel of his 9mm and places it to Santino's forehead. "Any last words before I send you to meet Bravo?" Marks asks with a sick smile on his face. Santino looks Mark in his eyes and spits blood onto his shirt. Some of the blood misses Mark's shirt and he could feel drops touch his lower lip and chin. One shot flies out the gun and into Santino's forehead. The shot was so clean, blood doesn't even splatter from his head. Instead, Santino now sits dead still tied to the chair he's been in for almost a week. Santino's head leaned back and his nose pointed up towards the ceiling of the basement. Mark takes the silencer off his gun and heads back upstairs. Once upstairs, Mark immediately heads up to his bathroom. He turns the sink on as much as it could run. He quickly snatches his blood-drenched shirt off and flings it. He then reaches for the bar of soap and starts to clean himself. Mark's wife has been asleep for the past 2 hours. She decides to finally wake up because her roast was cooking. She walks past the bathroom Mark was in, then turns as if she was going into the basement. Mark notices her and he quickly stops her. "Oh hey baby, wait, the floor is drying," he says quickly. She turns around and sees red all over his white rag. "Baby, is that blood on you?" she asks while looking to see if there was any sign of injury. "No, this isn't blood baby, this is paint from downstairs. I painted the entire floor and got some on my clothes," Mark replies. His wife walks to the kitchen to check on the roast. Mark goes back to the bathroom and finishes washing up. The entire sink was rust red. When Mark took his shirt off a few minutes ago, it landed in the sink. The entire sink was red from the blood Santino spat onto Mark's shirt in the basement. Once clean and changed, Mark makes a call to JJ. Mark walks up to the bedroom as his wife continued to fix dinner downstairs. "Yo JJ, have one of the boys come through," Mark says real low so his wife couldn't hear. Mark tells JJ that he needs Santino's body taken out the house and disposed of. After Mark had dinner with his wife, he tells her that a client is coming over and the house to discuss percentages with him. JJ's worker shows up around 8:38 while Mark and his wife are laying in bed watching TV. The doorbell rings downstairs. Mark gets up and dressed, then heads down the stairs to answer the door. Mark opens the door and lets JJ's worker in, then they both head down to the basement. Santino sat there stiff with his eyes still opened and head still facing up. Blood has been leaking out the bullet wound for hours now. The worker helps Mark unroll a large green rug. The worker then cuts Santino's arms and legs free from the chair. He then kicks his lifeless body onto the large rug. Santino's body flops down with a hollow thud. Mark and the worker proceed to roll the body up into the large rug. Mark lifts up the back end of the rug as the worker grabs the front and they carry it upstairs. They go out the front door and load the rug onto the back of the pickup truck the worker drove that night. The worker rides off into the grimy Cleveland streets once again. Santino's body rolled from side to side as the rug slid during certain turns. Bravo's death was enough, but Mark stepped it up once he killed Santino. Stoney and Sonny had no clue that their friend was being taken to his final resting place, courtesy of Mark Jordan. Chapter 24, What About School? Time is the only thing that can never be made or created. If you end up serving time in prison and you're innocent, you can never get that lost time back. If you take your life down the wrong path for 7 years then decide to change, you can't get those 7 years back. Stoney was doing heavy thinking more than ever now. He started to get even more depressed with his situation. You would think he would be alright. He has a girlfriend who is a high-ranking lawyer. He has money, cars, everything that you could want. The material things didn't ease the pains that lived within Stoney's heart. No amount of money could bring Bravo back, no matter how much it was. Even though Stoney was cool with Sonny, Stoney felt he could relate more to Bravo. Bravo always made sure that he told Stoney positive things. He used to tell Stoney things that his parents used to tell him while he was growing up. Bravo didn't want Stoney to ruin his life like he did. Bravo knew that all the money and fame would only come back to be his demise. So this is why he always made sure that Stoney remembered the promise that he made. Stoney is all alone at Mavia's house while she's at work. She dropped her son off at daycare before work. It's bright and early, around 10 a.m. Stoney hops out the warm early morning shower, throws his clothes on and heads downstairs to fix himself breakfast. Once he gets to the kitchen, he notices a little note tapped to the fridge. Stoney pulls the note off the fridge and it reads, "Good morning baby, just wanted you to know I made you breakfast and left it in the fridge. I'll check up on you during my break, love Mavia." Stoney opens the fridge and sees a plastic container. Inside is 2 fried eggs, some sausage and grits. He smiled as he took the container out and placed it into the microwave. The food begins to warm as the microwave lights up and the container begins to rotate inside. Stoney holds both of his hands out in front of him. They shake due to his nerves being out of whack. Beep beep goes the microwave. Stoney takes his dish out the microwave and sits down in the living room. He sets his container on the coffee table and searches for the remote. He looks around the couch, then remembers that Mavia left it on the bookshelf. He walks over to the corner of the room and grabs the remote, and turns to the news. It seemed like when it couldn't get any worse, it just always finds a way. There was a body found burned up in a rug inside of an abandoned house on the east side, the news reporter says on the TV. Stoney's attention focuses on the news as he walks back to the couch to sit down. With his container in hand, he begins to eat his meal and continues to watch. The body was found this morning, but it was here for almost 3 days now, the news reporter says. Stoney starts to have a feeling that he may have known the victim. The news reporter goes on to say, it was the body of Santino Garcia, a Westside Cleveland resident who was murdered, the reporter says. Stoney's heart stops as he hears the name get announced. He drops his container of food all over Mavia's floor. He drops to his knees and breaks into tears. 2 of his friends have been brutally murdered within the past 2 months now. The pain never left Stoney alone. All it did was grow with each murder. This is what happens when you play the game of the streets. Mavia is busy, working in her office down at the firm. She is finishing up a meeting with one of her clients. Business was moving okay today, but Mavia wasn't complaining. After she finished with her client, it was 12 o'clock. It was break time, so she wanted to check up on Stoney to see if he was okay. She calls his cell phone. He answers and tells her the news about Santino. Mavia fights back tears as she listens to her heartbroken boyfriend. "Poppy, just stay home and wait for me to get there, okay?" she says. Stoney agrees to wait for her. She ends up going back to work to finish her shift. While at home, Stoney just sits there lonely with no one to talk to. He just smokes and drinks, thinking about his life. For some reason, Bravo's voice plays through Stoney's mind. He begins to have flashbacks of Bravo. Then he remembers the promise he made in the kitchen to Bravo. Stoney hops onto Mavia's computer and starts to surf the web for colleges that would best suit him. He finds a couple of colleges that he would be interested in attending. Once he saves the web pages of the sites he wants to revisit, he lays down on the couch and falls asleep. It's 4:20 and Mavia and her son are walking through the house door. "Baby, we home," Mavia says as her son runs up and pokes Stoney's stomach. Stoney's eyes open as he hears Mavia's voice, and sees her little son standing in front of him smiling. "What I tell you about keepin' ya hands to yourself," Stoney says as he playfully picks up the little boy. His tiny feet kick in joy as Stoney tickles him. "You two keep messing around and you're both going to be in trouble," Mavia says with a huge smile on her face. For once, she actually felt like she was complete. She has a beautiful son and a man who she feels really loves her for who she is and not what she has. Mavia orders some pizza for tonight's dinner. Her son is upstairs in his room playing with his toys while Stoney and Mavia wait in the living room. Mavia can see the hurt and pain in Stoney's face as they sit together on the couch. She comforts him as they talk about Santino's murder and Bravo's funeral. "You know what, I made a promise to my nigga Bravo," Stoney says. "What kind of promise are you talking about?" asks Mavia. Stoney looks into Mavia's eyes and says to her, "I promised him I would get back into school once I had enough money." Stoney then shows her all the schools he bookmarked on the internet. Mavia hugs Stoney and breaks into tears. "I know that there is still a lot of good inside you," she says. The doorbell rings and messes up their little sweet moment. Stoney looks at Mavia, then the door. She walks over to the door and looks out the peephole. Stoney's heart begins to beat fast. He doesn't know who was at her door. For all Stoney knew, it could have been the police or someone coming to kill him. So Stoney takes his Ruger P95 out and cocks it back. Mavia opens the door and it's the pizza guy. Stoney slides his gun into the top of his pants behind his back and fixes his shirt to make sure the gun is concealed. Mavia pays for the food and takes the pizza box into the kitchen. "Have a nice evening," Stoney says to the pizza guy as he closes the door. The elevated level of fear that Stoney felt made his heart race. He knew that his end was near, just like his friends. All good things come to an end, and Stoney knew that. The only thing he wanted to do was keep Mavia and her son safe. He really didn't want to move in with her for that reason, but he knew there was no other options. Chapter 25, You're Not Gangsta. It's been a week now. Sonny and Stoney haven't had any form of contact. It's Saturday afternoon. Stoney is up watching cartoons with Mavia's son. 2 huge bowls of Captain Crunch was today's breakfast. Mavia is upstairs doing her hair for today's activities. She plans on taking Stoney and her son out to Akron, just to get away for a few hours. Stoney and the little boy both laugh as Wild Coyote falls off a cliff trying to catch the road runner. Stoney was starting to get used to the East Side, and used to actually having a girlfriend that he lived with. The best part to Stoney was the fact that she had a little boy who he felt that he could help her raise. Stoney had a lot to live for now, and even more of a reason to change his life around. Today was the day Sonny decided he was done hiding. He traveled all the way from Westlake back to the west side of Cleveland. He drove to the old corner store in his old hood. Once there, he goes into the corner store to see if magic was working. "Sonny man, where have you been? I thought you were dead," Magic says in shock as he sees Sonny walk into his store. "You know me, I know how to get low in these streets," replies Sonny as he and Magic embrace. Magic tells Sonny about Bravo's funeral. "You know, he really looked like he was at peace," Magic says to Sonny. Sonny gets shook up a little bit, but he kept his composure. "Yo, did my crib get raided?" Sonny asks as he walks to the cooler to grab him an Old English beer. Magic tells Sonny that his house got flipped inside out. Sonny comes back to the register and sets the beer down. "This one is on me, friend," Magic says as he pushes the cold beer back to Sonny. Sonny can only talk to Magic briefly because he's too hot in the streets right now. He has the law and rival drug dealers after him. Sonny hops back into his Audi and takes off. He pops his can of beer open and begins to sip as he drives back down his old street. When he pulls up, he sees his front door broken down. The majority of the windows in the front are broken out. He just sits inside his car for a minute looking at his old house, then takes off. Sonny pulls out his cell phone and calls Stoney. Mavia finishes her hair then gets dressed. "Poppy," she yells down the stairs to Stoney. Stoney turns to the Ninja Turtles for his little stepson then heads up the stairs. He walks into the master bedroom and asks his girl what was wrong. "Your cell phone is ringing," she says as she slides her shirt on over her long brown hair. Stoney picks up the phone and to his surprise, it's Sonny. "Nigga, what's been good?" Stoney says to Sonny in excitement. "I been layin' low just like you my nigga," replies Sonny. Sonny is now on the highway heading to the east side. He asks Stoney if he heard about the funeral. They also talk about Santino's untimely death. "Nigga, this shit has to end right now yo. I'm about to try and get in touch with Mark some kind of way and come to a neutral agreement or something," Sonny says to Stoney. Mavia walks out the bedroom and back downstairs to attend to her son. Sonny tells Stoney that he wants all the madness to end. Sonny plans on getting in touch with Mark and setting up a meeting where they all can sit down like bosses and talk business. "Once I give you the call back, everything will be set up. All you gotta do is come with me so we can sort everything out," says Sonny. "I told you after that last job, I was done with this shit," replies Stoney. Sonny tries his best to talk Stoney into rolling with him one last time. "Look, we lost enough people already. I just trust you enough to watch my back as I do the deal," replies Sonny. Those words hit home for Stoney. After all, Sonny was right. They really did lose two good friends, and no one else would be brave enough to go into that meeting with him besides Stoney. Sonny didn't trust a lot of people, so it was sort of a big deal for Stoney to have earned his trust. "I got you my nigga, after this is done I can't help you no more with nothin' Sonny," replies Stoney in a upset tone. "All I'm askin' for is one more time," Sonny replies. The two friends talk for a little while longer, then they both hang up. Now Stoney is left to wait for Sonny's phone call. The next phone call meant that he and Sonny would be face to face with the man responsible for taking the lives of Bravo and Santino. Mavia walks back into the bedroom as Stoney paces back and forth thinking. "Is everything alright?" she asks. I'm fine." "How's the little man doin'?" replies Stoney with a smile. He and Mavia head back down the stairs to get ready to enjoy their day out in Akron. Once all the bags were packed, the little family all get into Mavia's BMW and head out to Akron. Sonny is exiting the highway now, and he made his way to the east side. From the exit, Sonny drives to the area where Santino's body was found. From there, he drives around the block looking for anyone who looked like they would know something. Sonny parks his car, and loads up his Desert Eagle. To his surprise, he sees a black pickup truck pull up in front of the house Santino's body was dumped in. A black male hops out the truck, then walks up onto the porch of the old abandoned house. The man looks around, then walks around to the back of the house. Sonny hops out his car and goes after the man. Sonny creeps up close enough to the man without him noticing that he's being followed. "Freeze or I'll blow a fucking hole through your back," Sonny says, pointing the gun at the man. The man puts both of his hands up into the air, then slowly turns around. "Sonny, you got some balls to be out here on the east. Nigga, do you know where you at right now?" the man says, trying to sound tough. "Yeah, I know exactly where I'm at," replies Sonny. Sonny walks over to the man and searches him. He finds a gun on the man and tosses it into the next backyard. Sonny then says to the man, "Come with me. If you make a scene I'll fucking kill you right here." Sonny then snatches the man by the back of his shirt, and walks him back around to the front of the house and forces him to get inside his Audi. Once inside, Sonny drives off with the man in the passenger side as a hostage. "I know who you work for nigga, I want you to call Mark," Sonny demands with gun in hand. "I don't know who Mark is." "If it's money you want I got that for you though," the man replies in a sly manner. Sonny shoots the man in his leg once, and blood splatters over the passenger seat and the radio of the Audi. The man screams out in pain as he grabs his leg. "I know why you were at that fucking house, my nigga. Don't play these games with me," Sonny yells as they come to a red light. "Alright, give me the phone, just don't shoot me again," the hostage says. Sonny continues down the street as the light turns green. Sonny looks at all the blood on the man's hands and asks him for the number. Sonny didn't want the man's blood getting all over his phone. The man tells Sonny the number and he calls Mark. "Hello," Mark says as he answers his phone. The hostage that works for Mark and JJ screams in the background, "Mark, don't tell this nigga shit." "Yo Mark, it's the one and only Sonny. I'm calling you cause we need to meet face to face and talk some things over," Sonny says as he focuses on the road and the hostage inside his car. "I'm pretty sure we can work something out between us," replies Mark. Sonny tells Mark that he has his number now, and he'll be calling him back soon. They hang up and Sonny continues to drive with the hostage in the car. The hostage looks around as he sees that Sonny is starting to leave his hood. "Yo, where are you taking me?" the man asks. Sonny just keeps driving. Sonny and the hostage arrive back on the west side after the 25-minute trip. Sonny pulls his car up to the corner store in the hood where Magic worked. He honked the horn twice and Magic looked through the window of his store and saw Sonny's face in the car. He walks outside and notices the man in the passenger side of the Audi. "Who this nigga here?" asks Magic with a look of concern. "If you're not from a certain hood, other people who are from there will want to know who you are. You could be anybody from the police or just a person that's not accepted there. Let me use the back of the shop right quick," says Sonny to Magic. Magic can see that the man has been shot already. When Sonny came to the store and asked to use the back of the shop, that only meant one thing. It meant that Sonny was going to kill someone and didn't want to do it in broad day. Magic agrees and he snatches the hostage out the car and drags him into his store. Sonny hops out the car with gun in hand and follows them to the back. Once in the back, Sonny shoots the man in his other leg. The kickback of the Desert Eagle jerks Sonny's wrists up toward the ceiling. The man drops down to the ground in extreme pain with bullet holes in each leg. Sonny then grabs a steak knife that was sitting on a table in the back. "You put us through even more pain by killing Tino," Sonny says as he walks toward the bleeding man with the knife. "I didn't kill him, he was already dead," the man screams in pain. Sonny doesn't care about the pleas the man cries out. All Sonny can think about was his two friends that were gone forever. With a quick thrust, Sonny plants the knife through the man's right eye. Now in excruciating pain, the man lets out an ongoing series of screams and groans. Sonny stands over him and watches the man suffer as blood shoots out of his eye socket. The blade of the knife went straight through the eye and almost came out the back of his head. Meanwhile, Stoney is enjoying a good time with his new family out in Akron. Mavia took Stoney to go shopping for some new clothes, and they were just having fun together as a family. Their son ended up falling asleep, so Stoney is carrying the little boy as he sleeps resting on Stoney's shoulder. "I never thought you would be a great dad," Mavia says smiling at Stoney. "I never knew either," Stoney replies smiling back at her. The mall is packed today and the stores are booming with business. Stoney and Mavia continue to shop until they both have everything they need. "You got everything, Poppy?" Mavia asks Stoney. They leave out the mall and walk back to her car. Once to the car, Stoney puts the baby boy back into his car seat as he continues to sleep undisturbed. Stoney hops into the passenger seat, and they ride off into Akron. "How does some ice cream sound, Poppy?" Mavia asks. "Ice cream sounds good, but I rather have a milkshake," Stoney replies. Mavia uses her GPS to locate the nearest ice cream shops close to their location in Akron. "Okay Pa, here goes one right here," she says pointing to the GPS. She locks in the location and they head out to the spot. Once there, she wakes her son up and takes him out the car seat. Who doesn't want to eat ice cream on a hot summer day? Mavia just wanted to treat her man like a king. She knows that he really can't be in the streets all like that, so this is why she took him out of Cleveland. Mavia pays for one adult-sized ice cream cone, a large strawberry milkshake, and a kitty-sized ice cream cone. Stoney helps her take everything to the outside table at the shop. Halfway into enjoying their treats, Stoney talks to Mavia about the conversation he and Sonny had. He tells her what he has to do and why he's doing it even though he wants nothing to do with the streets. "I thought you said you were done, Stoney," she says, trying not to upset her son as he licks away on his ice cream. "Mommy, I am done, I just have to watch his back for the meeting and I'm done after that," Stoney replies, sipping on his strawberry shake. They talk about it for a little while, then Mavia gives Stoney the benefit of the doubt. Once they are finished eating, Stoney takes Mavia and their son's trash along with his and he throws it all away. An elderly couple is at the ice cream shop enjoying their beautiful evening. They notice Stoney and his family. The elderly woman says to Mavia, "Looks like you got yourself a keeper." Mavia blushes a little and smiles, telling the older woman thank you. The lady goes on to say to Mavia that she should always try to hold on to the good things in her life because one day it won't be there. This elderly lady was right, nothing is forever. Even if you stay with someone and you never leave that person, we all have to die at some point in time. Stoney brings some more napkins back to the table he and his family were sitting at. He takes a few and helps the baby boy wipe his mouth, hands, and cleans his face. Once they are all done, they head back to the car. "I really had a great time with you today," Mavia says as she buckles her seat belt. "I enjoyed the both of you," replies Stoney as he looks into the rearview mirror, checking on his son. Stoney and Mavia share a brief kiss, then pull out the parking lot of the ice cream shop and head back to Cleveland. Back at the corner store on the west side, Sonny is still in the back with the hostage. A few customers walk into the store and start to search for the items they needed. Magic greets them, then walks to the back. "Yo, we got a few people in here, so take his ass out back," Magic says in a low tone so the customers can't hear. Sonny then grabs the bloody, barely breathing man and drags him outside. One of the customers asks Magic what that blood was doing outside on the sidewalk. Magic says that someone got into a fight earlier outside the store. Once out back, Sonny takes the man and dumps him into the huge dumpster in the back of the store building. He shoots the man 3 times in the face with the Desert Eagle, then hops the fence and runs back around to the front of the building. He hops back into his Audi, and drives off as if nothing happened. Once in the car, he calls Mark once again. He then sets up a meeting with Mark tomorrow, at an old rundown warehouse, downtown in Cleveland. Sonny wanted to meet downtown because that was like the neutral zone between the east and west sides. Mark and Sonny came to terms for the meeting. "All right, I'll be seeing you soon then," Sonny says as he hangs up the phone. Sonny makes his way downtown and checks into a 5-star hotel just for the day. Tomorrow will be the start of a new future for the entire city of Cleveland. Chapter 26, Final Meeting. The day has finally arrived. Today is the meeting of Sonny and Mark. Mark has waited for this day for so long, and it has finally come. Sonny wants to end everything once and for all. Lives have been taken on both sides because of the streets, now a resolution is possibly underway. Sonny is up for the morning in his hotel room. He just finished taking a shower and getting dressed. Today's agenda was a very sensitive one. Due to the fact that Sonny and Mark are sworn enemies and rivals, they are agreeing to meet in person for the first time. Usually these types of meetings go wrong. The tension in the air becomes thick with every word and every movement. Sonny was ready for death, and he was ready to bring death just the same. Sonny reached onto the white carpet floor of his hotel room and grabbed his black duffel bag. He walks over to the bed and sets the bag down and unzips it. From there, Sonny grabs a black garbage bag that he had his clothes in and dumps the contents onto the bed. Money and clothes now lay all over the hotel bed, and Sonny begins to stuff the money into the duffel bag. He stuffs $340,000 into the duffel, then he zips it back up. Sonny's plan was to talk with Mark and offer him money to stay out the west side. He knew that if Mark got things his way, he would remove Sonny off the streets for good and take over the entire city. Sonny wasn't trusting the situation at hand all the way, so he cleaned and prepared a few guns to bring as well. The afternoon rolled around and Sonny was out of the hotel and off to link up with Stoney. Mavia and Stoney are up getting their son dressed. Mavia is letting her son spend a few days over his grandparents' house. Stoney woke up early today because he really couldn't sleep. After all, he was going to see his friend whom he hasn't seen in a few weeks. He was going to meet his best friend's killer face to face as well. All types of thoughts ran through Stoney's troubled mind. He thought about his own death a lot. He wanted to walk down the right path and stay on that path. There were little obstacles that still remained in his way, and he had to overcome them in order to straighten his life out once and for all. Stoney's cell phone rings and he rushes to see who's calling. It was Sonny, and he was asking Stoney for directions to Mavia's house. Stoney gave him the directions and Sonny gave him a brief amount of details for the task today. Once off the phone, Stoney goes into his stash and packs some money into a bag to bring along. He goes into his walk-in closet in the master bedroom and grabs a few guns. Once he finishes preparing, he heads downstairs with his girlfriend and son. "I left your plate in the microwave. It's still warm," Mavia says as she and her son eat breakfast at the kitchen table. Stoney walks into the kitchen and grabs his plate from out the microwave and joins his family at the table. Stoney looks at his son and asks him if he's ready to have fun with his grandparents. "Yes," the little boy replies with a playful grin. The doorbell rings twice, and Mavia goes to answer the door. It was her parents and they were there to pick up their grandson. With his little bags already packed, Mavia walks to the kitchen to get her son so he can leave. "Bye mommy," her son says as she helps him put his shoes on. Stoney finishes his breakfast and places his dishes into the sink. "Bye daddy," the little boy says. Stoney turns around in shock. "Have a good time son," he says as Mavia walks her son outside to his grandparents' car. "Call me once you all get in," Mavia says as her parents back out her driveway and drive off. Her son sits in the back seat smiling and waving at his mommy. Mavia goes back into her house and into the kitchen with Stoney. She sits down and continues eating breakfast. "I see someone was hungry this morning," she says as she sees Stoney already finished his meal. Stoney sits back down at the table and tells Mavia what he wants her to do today. "Baby look, I don't know what's going to happen today to be honest with you," he says staring into her eyes. Mavia gives him a strange look as she continues eating. Stoney tells her that he wants her to call his phone at a certain time. If he doesn't answer, this means to call the police. Mavia knows that deep inside, Stoney has accepted death. She always saw the pain in his eyes every time she looked at him. Mavia remembers the nightmares he would have late at night. A lot was at stake, including her life and her son's. "Tell me where you're going to be at exactly," Mavia demands. Stoney tells her that the meeting is going down at the old warehouses downtown. Mavia knows the area Stoney is talking about, she just wasn't sure what old building he would be in. Mavia wanted to at least have some type of idea where Stoney would be so she wouldn't go crazy wondering where he could be. Stoney would never do anything to hurt her or their son, but the people who were after Stoney wouldn't care. This was one of the main reasons Mavia knew Stoney had to attend today's meeting. She gets up from the table and sets her dishes into the sink, then wipes her hands with paper towel. "Poppy, let's see if you can keep 2 promises, Mavia says. "Keep 2 promises, Stoney says in a dull voice, giving Mavia a dumb confused look. She walks over to him and grabs both of his hands. "Promise me that you'll come back home to me and our son today, promise me," she says. Stoney lifts her hand and kisses it. "I guess I'll be batting 2 for 2 at the plate today then," he says. Mavia laughs at him and they share another long passionate kiss. They start to clean up the kitchen and house to prepare for what is to come of the day. On the east, Mark and JJ are already en route to the designated meeting location. Mark and JJ are ready for the meeting, awaiting the outcome. JJ and Mark each have $950,000 apiece in their bags. Mark plans on offering Sonny and his associate Stoney almost $2 million to let business spread to the west. Mark is trying to make some sort of peace offering, but at the same time willing to kill. Sonny and Stoney are offering Mark almost $700,000 to stay out of the west. No one has agreed to bringing anything to the table prior to this meeting, so this was not planned. Sonny pulls up to Mavia's home for the first time. He sits in her driveway and calls Stoney. Stoney answers the phone, then gets his things together so he can head out the door. Before leaving, he kisses Mavia and holds her for what seems like the last time. "Remember, call my phone in a half hour," Stoney says to Mavia as he closes the door to their house. Mavia just stands there, staring at the closed door. She stands there hoping that this wouldn't be the last time she saw Stoney alive. Stoney walks out to Sonny's car and greets him as he gets in. "You ready to take care business?" Sonny asks. Stoney tosses his bag into the back seat and replies, "You already know my nigga." Sonny backs out the driveway and they head to today's meeting. "Nigga, just let me do all the talkin', just make sure you hold me down," Sonny demands, keeping his eyes on the road. Stoney can tell that Sonny's whole attitude was different. He seemed more edgy than usual, almost like he was planning something and didn't want to tell Stoney. In the vacant warehouse downtown, Mark and JJ await Sonny's arrival. Mark has his .45 inside of his black mink coat. JJ has a revolver concealed in the back of his pants. Both men are holding their bags full of cash. Mark looks down at his watch to see what time it was. 5:54 his watch read, and you could hear the sound of a car pulling up outside the old warehouse. Sonny and Stoney slowly walk into the warehouse and for the first time, they both see the man who has impacted their lives for the past few months. Mark stares Sonny down as he and Stoney walk to the center of the old dusty room. "So this is the legendary Sonny from the West Side," Mark says in a cunning voice. Sonny replies smartly, "In the flesh, old timer." JJ starts to keep an eye on Stoney. JJ nor Mark knew who Stoney was, they just knew that he was the business partner who was there for Sonny. Mark lifts up his shades and addressed to Sonny his business proposal. "I'm willing to offer you almost $2 million to let me and my team expand over to the West. We can work on neutral terms if you wanted to as well," Mark says to Sonny. Sonny was crazy, but he wasn't crazy enough to let $2 million just slip away. Stoney was there just to keep his mouth shut. His only purpose was to help defend Sonny if the meeting went wrong. Stoney wanted to speak his mind and try to reason, but he also didn't know about the plan Sonny had either. Sonny proposes his agreement to Mark. "The way I see it, we both already know that everything is all bad between the both of us to start. What we can do is..." Sonny reaches to open his bag of money. Mark and JJ both start to reach for their guns. "Nope, nope, don't do this today," Stoney firmly says while reaching for his gun. Sonny opens up his bag and exposes the money to Mark. "I'll give you back everything I stole from you just to keep you out the West. Take that as a personal warning and we never cross paths again," Sonny says, staring Mark deep into his eyes as if he was expecting him to pull his gun. Mark gives Sonny a look of disgust. "Nigga, you dare insult me, nigga, I control your fucking life." Mark yells. "You tell me you're going to give me back what you took? You can never give me back my 2 soldiers you took," Mark angrily shouts across the room. It was at that moment, Stoney felt his stomach drop and his heart started to pump like he was running a race. Now Stoney knew for certain that his life would surely end today. Sonny replies to Mark, "Nigga, what about my niggas Bravo and Santino? Me and my nigga right here can't get them back, so let's just call this bitch even." JJ opens his mouth for the first during the meeting. You want to talk about what you and your chump for a bodyguard over there lost? You costed us soldiers plus you been stealin' from us, he directs towards Sonny and Stoney. Stoney just stands by as the sake of his life hangs in the balance. Sonny tells Mark and JJ that they can either accept his proposal, or they could see him when they saw him. Mark got tired of all the disrespect from Sonny and the meeting reached its breaking point. Mark walked back slowly and drew his pistol from his coat. In the same amount of time, Sonny dashed to the far left of the warehouse firing at Mark. JJ ran into a corner and shot at Stoney with his revolver. The large revolver bullet hits Stoney and he instantly falls to the ground. Bullets flew back and forth as Mark and JJ exchanged fire with Sonny across the room. Mark, with his gun extended in front of him like a trained police officer, begins to creep after Sonny across the warehouse room. Stoney felt a painful burning as he laid on the dusty warehouse floor. He was grazed across the arm by a .357 bullet from JJ's gun. Stoney, still with gun in hand, manages to sit up as more blood started to gush out the wound on his arm. At this time, Mavia calls Stoney's cell phone, but she gets no answer. Instead of calling the police like Stoney told her to do, Mavia hops into her car and heads to where Stoney told her he would be. JJ hears Stoney moving and turns back to see what was going on. Stoney shoots JJ twice in the chest from less than 10 feet away. JJ grabs his chest in pain while falling over onto the dirt-ridden warehouse floor. Behind the warehouses was a large body of water. Bodies could easily be thrown in there and go missing for weeks. Sonny reloads his gun, then slaps another clip back into it. He then starts to creep out of his hiding spot. Footsteps could be heard, even though Sonny wasn't moving. Mark managed to make his way over to where he thought Sonny was. Come on out, you can't run from death. I know Santino couldn't, Mark says, trying to attract Sonny's attention. Mark carefully pressed his back against the wall, then quickly turned the corner with his gun pointed ready to shoot. No one was there. The wind started to pick up as the sounds of rain began to bounce off the old metal warehouse roof. Sonny managed to creep around the middle of the old dusty machines, and catch Mark. You're right, you can't run from death, Sonny says with his gun pointed at the back of Mark's head. Listen up, young blood, real men don't need guns. Let's go head up like men, Mark says, trying to bribe Sonny into putting his gun down. Yeah, you're right, old man, I'm about to break your fucking neck, Sonny says as he steps back and throws his gun down. Mark turns around and takes his mink coat off and tosses it onto the dirty floor. You don't know what you got yourself into, boy, Mark says while cracking his knuckles and laughing. Mark starts to walk up to Sonny as if he's about to swing at him. Sonny smiles and pulls out another pistol and shoots Mark once in the chest. Mark suddenly falls back into a wall, then slumps to the ground. Blood smeared down the wall as Mark's body slowly fell until he was on the floor. Mark had a hole in his chest with massive amounts of blood spilling from it. His breathing began to slow as his strength started to go away. Sonny then walks up to the almost lifeless Mark, and shoots him in the face. Mark's entire face looked unrecognizable from the point-blank headshot. Sonny spits onto Mark's body and walks back to where the money was, by Stoney on the other side of the room. Stoney manages to get to his feet while holding his arm, trying to stop the blood. You alright, my nigga? Sonny asks Stoney while gathering up all the money. Chapter 27, The Aftermath. Stoney replies to Sonny, yeah, I'm cool, let's get the fuck from around here. Sonny has the bag of money he brought in, plus grabs the 2 bags Mark and JJ came with. Now Sonny has 3 bags and still has his gun in hand. This is where we split up, Sonny says with no emotion in his voice. Split up? What are you talking about? Stoney asks. Sonny shoots Stoney in the upper part of his chest. Stoney falls down to the ground, unable to move as the pain sends him into shock. Sonny calmly walks over and grabs the bag of money Stoney brought. Sonny looks down at Stoney laying on the ground, near death as he bleeds out. A devilish smile comes across Sonny's face and he walks over to Stoney. Flashbacks of growing up and flashbacks of playing basketball with Bravo start to play in Stoney's mind. Memories of smoking and chilling with Sonny and Santino run through his head. The day Stoney first saw Mavia walking outside with her ex played back in his mind like a movie. Everything started to play back in Stoney's mind. His life was literally fleeing before his eyes as Sonny comes into view. Stoney looks up at Sonny from the ground as he watches Sonny point the barrel of his gun at him. "Look man, you not built for this shit I see." "You know, that nigga Bravo was right after all," Sonny says to the friend he just betrayed. Sonny goes on to say, "This is what I was talking about when I said time to split." Stoney closes his eyes and waits to receive his fatal shot that would end his life. One loud shot goes off and echoes through the old warehouse. Stoney slowly opens his eyes and sees his girlfriend Mavia standing there, holding a smoking gun. Once she shoots Sonny, she drops the smoking gun to the warehouse floor, scared to death of the reaction she just made. Stoney sits up and checks himself out. The only thing Stoney had was his arm and bleeding chest wounds still. He looks down at Mavia's feet and Sonny lays on the ground in a pool of blood. Mavia rushes over to Stoney and helps him gather himself and get off the floor. "Oh my God Poppy, are you alright?" Mavia says with tears running down her face. She helps Stoney up to his feet and she throws his bloody arm over her back to help keep him up. "Get the gun," mumbles Stoney as he points to the gun Mavia dropped. She picks the gun up off the floor and hands it to Stoney. Sonny's bullet hits Stoney right above his heart and under the collarbone. Mavia's clothes are now stained from Stoney's blood, as they hobble to leave the warehouse. JJ comes back to his senses, and picks up his revolver. JJ was wearing a bulletproof vest under his white mink coat, and it stopped the shot Stoney gave him. JJ, now standing with gun in hand, starts to walk up behind Stoney and Mavia. Mavia hears footsteps from behind, so she turns around. "Baby," she yells in horror. Stoney turns around and sees JJ walking up with his gun aimed towards him once again. Stoney shoots JJ in the neck. JJ grabs his neck and goes to shoot at Stoney while falling. Stoney shoots once more and the last shot hits JJ in the ear. Mavia stands there holding her bleeding boyfriend, as she tries to catch her breath. "I gotta get to the hospital," Stoney mumbles in pain as his chest starts to burn even more. "You not built for this," a voice says faintly in the back of the warehouse. It was Sonny laying on the ground, bleeding out his back. He tries his best to aim at Stoney from the ground, but he collapses. Sonny drops back down to the ground, gun in hand, and dies. "Come on," Stoney says as he tries to walk. Once outside, Mavia tries to help Stoney to the car. The hard Cleveland rain was pouring, soaking Stoney and Mavia as they headed to the car. "Hold up, wait," Stoney says as he pulls away from her. Mavia looks at her boyfriend as if something else horrible was about to happen. He takes both of their guns, and tosses both of them with the little bit of strength he had left into the water. The guns plop into the water, and slowly start to sink. Stoney almost passes out, but Mavia quickly comes to his side and helps him to the car. Blood covered both of them. Blood was even all over her car seats. She pulls out from the warehouses and rushes to get Stoney to the hospital. Mavia runs every single red light as she races against time to save her boyfriend. She pulls up to the Cleveland clinic 15 minutes later. She hops out her car and rushes to help Stoney out. With blood spilling from his chest, Mavia manages to get him inside. Help me," she screams at the top of her lungs. The doctors, secretaries, and guests all direct their attention to Mavia as she tries to hold Stoney up from falling. Doctors rush over to her and quickly get Stoney onto a gurney and begin to access his wounds. "Looks like a gunshot to the chest," one of the doctors says as he puts the oxygen mask onto Stoney's face. Mavia stands back, covered in her boyfriend's blood as she helplessly looks on. Looks like we have a wound to the arm as well, another doctor says as they push Stoney quickly up the hall on the gurney. Mavia sits down in the lobby of the hospital and waits. Her mascara smudges and runs down her face as she cries, hoping that Stoney would make it. After about 2 hours of surgery, one of the doctors comes back to the lobby to talk with Mavia. "Ma'am, I just want to tell you that he suffered gunshots to the arm and upper chest, but he will be fine. He will do a full recovery within a month and 3 weeks, the doctor says to Mavia. A feeling of relief overcomes Mavia, and she begins to cry once more. This time, she cries tears of joy because she thought she was about to lose the only man that she and her son loved. The doctor shows her to Stoney's room. Stoney is laying in the bed with his eyes closed, faintly breathing but alive. Mavia can see the 4 tubes in Stoney, and the heart monitor next to his bed. Mavia quietly walks up and stands next to Stoney as he rests. She leans over and kisses him on the head. "You kept your promise to me, Poppy," she says in a low subtle tone. Mavia sits in the little chair in Stoney's room and waits for him to wake up. She eventually ends up falling asleep herself. Back at the warehouse, police squad cars flood the entire area. Police are securing the area while the bodies get taken out the warehouse and shipped out. The meeting ended up going bad. Sonny's body gets zipped up, and a team of officers carry Mark's body outside to the ambulance. Sonny's plan the whole time was to screw everyone over, including his best friend Stoney. The plan ended up going wrong because Mavia came down to check up on Stoney instead of just calling the police like Stoney asked her to. Mark, JJ, and Sonny were dead, and Stoney came close to being the 4th life lost that day. Bravo was right all along about Stoney. Stoney really was the unique one in the group. Today was just another day in the cold-hearted city of Cleveland. 3 months have passed, and things are different. The sun is beaming down from the sky, roasting the pretty Jamaican sand. "Yeah, on, me wan hit too," a Jamaican man says to his friend as they walk past smoking weed on the beach with some girls. The beautiful water crashes into the hot beach sand, then rolls back into the ocean. Mavia is laying on the beach in a bathing suit. She is now 4 months pregnant. Stoney lays down beside her on the towel, rubbing her growing stomach. Their son is playing in the sand next to him. This was something that Stoney nor Mavia could have imagined. Through all the pain and suffering that happened, there was still a lot of good left to experience. After all of the things Stoney endured, he keeps his word to his late friend Bravo. Stoney enrolls back into college and pursues his degree once again. Mavia ended up keeping her job at the lawyer's firm. The murders at the warehouse went unsolved. The police deemed it a drug deal gone wrong. The only weapons that were found on the scene were the ones Mark, JJ, and Sonny used. The 2 guns Stoney tossed into the water were never found. "Hey, you need help with that sandcastle?" Stoney asks his little son. The boy turns around and says, "Come on, Daddy," with a bright smile on his face awaiting to play. Mavia looks on as Stoney and their son play together in the sand, building a castle. Life was on the verge of getting better for Stoney and his family. Once back from vacation, Stoney was back to college and Mavia was back to work. When it's all or nothing, you either give it your all or you give nothing. There is no in between. Stoney gave it his all to continue to walk the right path, and Mavia was by his side to make sure he stayed walking that path. Even though he almost killed him, Stoney still thinks of Sonny. He just wished that Sonny, Bravo, and Santino could see how good he was doing now. All Stoney wanted to do was tell his friends that it's okay to not hustle, and there was nothing wrong with a college education. "Only if they could see me now," Stoney says as the ocean waves roar and the seagulls squawk. As the beautiful Jamaican sun starts to set, Stoney walks along the beach with his soon-to-be wife and their son. Stoney and Mavia hold hands as they walk barefooted in the cool ocean damp sand. Their son runs ahead of them, pretending to fly his toy airplane. Stoney and Mavia kiss, then he rubs her pregnant stomach as she smiles. "I love you so much, Mommy," Stoney says, looking into Mavia's eyes. Her face lights up happier than ever as she replies, I love you too, Poppy. End. Chapter 28, Epilogue. You always have choices in life. You can choose to try out for the high school basketball team, or even the football team. You can choose whether you want to be in class early for your math test, or you can choose to skip the class and the test to go roam the school hallways. You are always faced with a choice in life. Each choice you make can help or hurt you. The positive choice is not always easy, but it's never a bad choice. There are many inmates locked up behind bars right now because of the choices they decided to make. A lot of them wise they could go back and make a different choice besides the one that put them behind bars. Everyone is granted the freedom of choice, no matter what the situation is. When police arrest big drug dealers or suspects involved in a crime, the police give them the choice to come clean with the truth. Police even offer them a chance to rat on the people they did the crime with. Every choice you make is important because one choice could be the reason your life continues or ends. You can learn from your mistakes by changing your ways. A year later, Stoney has his associate's degree and he's now working towards his bachelor's. Mavia ended up giving birth to a beautiful baby girl named Mariana, and she and Stoney plan on getting married that fall. If you make a life-changing mistake and you're able to learn from it, take that and run with it. You can only make so many mistakes before they eventually come back to hurt you. Stay focused on the task at hand, and work as hard as you can to achieve every goal you set. If you didn't learn yet, use Stoney and the story as the perfect example.